Honourable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2, communication from the chair. Honorable members, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting. As you are aware, the nation is grieving from the loss of eminent persons that happened over motor accidents. And that is the former member of parliament for Erute North in the 7th parliament, 8th parliament, and 10th parliament. He died on Saturday, 8th June, along Karuma Pakwach Road. A renowned, inspirational businessman, also in the name of Apollo, well known as Aponye. The man who has inspired so many people, from being a wheelbarrow pusher to a billionaire in Uganda. Also died on 6th July 2023. That was in Itojo, in Tungamo district. He was going for a burial. He ended up in an accident and passed on just like that. If you talk about a person who can inspire, that was an Aponye. Aponye was that kind of person who you'd put him in a desert and would make rain to rain. That is the kind of person this country lost. We'll dearly miss him. He has inspired many of our children, many of us, and may we rise and observe a moment of silence in their memory.
May their souls rest in eternal peace.
Honorable members, I have previously noted the cost of road accidents, and we've been talking in this house day in, day out about road accidents. According to the statistics, in 2022, that is Uganda Police Force, it registered 20,393 accidents. That's 2022. And it also registered 17,443 accidents, out of which you find 61% of people passed on. We've kept talking about accidents every day. Like the accident of Aponye, that could be avoided for. You could avoid that accident. It was a car parked on the roadside. Nobody bothered to remove that road. I mean that car. This driver came and knocked the car which was parked on the roadside. And that's how this businessman died. I am ordering the Minister of Works, UNRWA, police, to have all the cars parked on the roadsides taken to the police stations at the owner's cost. You cannot have those cars parked on the roadside causing accidents. We are losing people and the owners are not bothered. Just imagine the people we are losing on accidents. I want to ask those institutions to do that and report back to this house on what they have done. They can even get a private investor, a private person to do that. The owners of the cars will pay. They don't have to do it themselves. They can agree and have somebody pull out all those cars from the roadside and the owners of the cars pay. Honorable members, also, Azza, why are you standing? I have not finished the communication. Honorable members, I also realize there's too much drought. The drought has become too much. And in this drought, all the districts, especially cattle corridor, are moving to Bukedea. Can I find out what could be happening with the rains around? I want to find out from Honorable Musasi. Honorable Musasi, you want to understand? They want to know the weather forecast.
Madam Speaker, the weather forecast is showing positive indicators. The clouds are forming, and I am confident by end of this week, we shall have received rains.
Honorable members, you've heard, we need the rains before Friday. Are we together? Honorable Minister, we need the rains by Friday.
Much obliged, right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, as I was telling you about the towing of the roads, in 2019, we passed a law. And in that law, that was Section 58 on the Road Act, the Road Safety Act. It was speaking about towing of vehicles. To date, nobody is implementing that. Are we going to continue passing laws and nobody implements? Operationalization of the laws is not done, and we are losing people. We give you money to make sure that the laws are operationalized and you don't do it. We want to know what is happening. I want to thank you once more. And now that you've heard about the rains, I'm happy it's going to flood. Honorable members, in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from the Parliament of Malawi. As I told you before that we should do our benchmarking in countries that are like us. Don't go to New York, Canada. What are you going to borrow from there? You rather go to Malawi, Zambia, Ghana, and those ones. Just like they come to Uganda. I want to thank you so much for coming to Uganda. We have Honorable Kazombo, the first Deputy Speaker. Welcome. In Malawi, we have the first Deputy Speaker. Then you have two other Deputy Speakers. So this is the first Deputy Speaker. And the Speaker of Malawi is a lady. We have Honorable Aisha. Honorable Aisha is the second Deputy Speaker. Welcome. Please have a seat. Welcome. We have Honorable Richard Banda. Honorable Banda, you're welcome. We have a member of parliament called Banda here, somewhere here. Banda, he's here, he's from that side. You're most welcome. Honorable Richard Banda is a Minister of Local Government. unity and culture. We have our Minister of Local Government is here, Honorable Magezi. We also have Honorable Jacob Hara, he's the government chief whip. You're most welcome. We have Honorable Kondrani. Honorable Kondrani, you're most welcome. That is the leader of opposition. We have our leader of opposition right here. Thank you, Honorable Mpoga. We have Honorable Julius Mwase. He's a Democratic Progressive Party whip. You're most welcome. We have Honorable Poya. He's a leader of United. Welcome. We have Honorable Roderick. He's a deputy clerk. Welcome. We have Honorable Jaffa. Honorable Jaffa, actually Mr. Jaffa, deputy clerk, you're welcome. We have Miss Sophie, assistant clerk. We have Mrs. Gloria, you're welcome, protocol. And then Mr. Gift, welcome. They are here to do benchmarking, and those are members of the Business Committee of Malawi. They want to see what we do in Uganda and see if they can borrow a leaf from us. Join me in welcoming them, Parliament of Uganda. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of sub-county speakers from Aru North County, Pade. Please stand up. Speakers, you're most welcome. Those are my colleagues. They are represented by Honorable Court and Honorable Chiro Pasca. You're most welcome to your parliament. Thank you so much for coming. Members, on my communication. Azza, Achon. I hope they are not matters of national importance.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. May the souls of those who perished in accidents rest in peace. Right Honorable Speaker, in your communication about the accidents, more often than not, road signs are being vandalized by some unscrupulous people. Signs where it shows there's a bend, where there are humps, where the road is slippery, and so on, have all been removed, vandalized, and being sold as scraps for those who deal in scraps. So, Minister for Works, please, I don't know how we can ensure that those road signs are put back so that the motorists, the drivers can be able to see the signs and move carefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable John.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speakers, Honorable colleagues. Honorable Speaker, on your communication, a road accident is becoming something which is almost unbearable in this country. When you look at, we just lost our former colleagues, Member of Parliament in the 10th Parliament, Angiro Gutmoy Charles. The same thing happened. I think it was a non-moving vehicle which happened, was parked on the roadside. Madam Speaker, my main issue, there are road sign which has been taken, and also the construction when they're doing or repairing, the humps are too heavy, which has no sign at all. So when you're driving at certain speed, you just get shocked, find yourself already reach on these heavy humps. The humps almost as big as a small mountain, but they're not protected. Madam Speaker, a week ago, we lost 2 people also in Karumba. I think Karumba is becoming one of the daily basis also where we need the Karoma construction at least to be adjusted. They should have a heavy metallic like the Pakwach, Honorable Speaker. This is one of the things which I would like, the government and this house to take concern about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Linus.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. UNRWA has constructed a number of kilometers, but we have a problem with maintenance. For example, road markings. You find that roads that are old are no longer marked. And when you're driving at night, you can't know which lane you're in. So I want to implore through you, the Minister of Works, at least to remark roads so that when you're driving at night, visibility is okay. And then finally, on the Bombo Guluru Highway, you find that each and every petrol station that is being constructed, the owners of the petrol stations have now designed their own humps. So moving on the road is also unbearable. So that is the issue I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Batua.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On your communication regarding accidents, mine is with the emergency medical service, a very brilliant idea that the Ministry of Health has been able to come up with, but it needs to be matured to a greater level. Today we have bought ambulances, but we need an ambulance system such that we are in a position to rescue at least a good number of victims. In your communication, you talked of a percentage which was really very high. And Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, if we can make the Emergency Medical Service Department in the Ministry of Health an autonomous department, it will on its own fast track itself to reduce the percentage the speaker has talked about that is very high. 51% is really very high. I beg to submit.
Jana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when the government proposed for us as Parliament to legislate
Government, I hope you're noting. Okay.
To legislate on the roads bill, which we processed and becomes the Roads Act 2019. There were two provisions that were put in that law, that in urban centers, a vehicle which has broken down should be removed within 30 minutes. And in rural roads, it was 1 hour maximum. And it is a criminal offense for anyone to leave those vehicles beyond the time that we had put there. When we interrogated government to tell us the certificate of financial implications that they usually give for bills is not just a mere formality. It is to show that government is ready to invest money to implement a particular bill. Now, the Ministry of Finance has made it kind of a ritual that once a bill is coming, you just write a certificate and bring here. And when it comes to proposing a budget for implementation, it is not done. In the last financial year, the Ministry of Works required 30 billion shillings to do road safety work. The Ministry of Finance said that is software. Government has now moved this priority to now tangible things. And yet PDM has components of roads, and you are going to do roads in the villages and you are not going to sensitize people. Only 3 billion shillings.
PDM has a component of roads.
Yes. That's the foundation. So if you don't deal with the road safety issues and put in money, then you are going to be wasting resources. So once government decides that road safety is an important aspect, it must be matched by finance. And it goes back to the motion that Honorable Sarah Opendi raised here at some point. It goes back to what Honorable Alex Ruhunda raised some point here, that how much are we putting for roads? Otherwise, these carnages are going to continue, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we are talking about the road carnage, we should also look about the accidents in the waters. A couple of weeks ago, people lost lives in Kalangala as they were traveling in the boat. Yesterday at around 4 p.m., we lost 9 Karamojongs who had been hired out by Kinyara Sugar Works to go and work in a farm. And on their way back, the boat capsized and we lost 9 out of 12. We lost 9 of them, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Susan?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issues of accidents need to be handled squarely. Of late, Right Honorable Speaker, the drivers, who include some of us here, have completely become so reckless on the way that even when you see a road sign telling you to reduce the speed, we are always moving very fast because we are rushing to do what we want to do. I don't know why we don't leave early so that we can manage our time when we are traveling. Right Honorable Speaker, it's even unfortunate when you find so many lead cars making a lot of noise. Even when you are driving, you can't be stable. You will find where to push, and at the end of it all, you're going to cause an accident. I think we need to revisit our laws and see that everybody is responsible and respectable on the way. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of accident is not just the roads. I have seen roads in other countries. In the UK, we have better roads here. Some of our roads are very good, but we are not disciplined at all. I think the penalties that we are putting in our laws need to be revisited so that when somebody pays a hefty penalty, he will know what he's supposed to do on the road. I beg to submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we also need to check the caliber of people given driving permits. I have a live example of somebody who learned how to drive within the compound. After learning how to drive within the compound, 2 days later went for a road test, failed the road test. She paid 200,000. She was given a driving permit. Now, what do you expect of such a person? These people should be people who are able to drive, not just somebody who is able to give you. I actually asked the person, are you sure you're a driver? Honorable members, we've talked a lot about accidents. We are going to get a report. Maybe let me hear from the chairman of road safety.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. It's very unfortunate that irrespective of the massive campaigns that we have had over the years, many Ugandans are refusing to abide by the traffic laws. And as a result, we are losing many lives. I would like to commend you, Right Honorable Speaker, and this Parliament, that for the first time, we passed 5 billion for the road safety sector, Ministry of Works, which has never happened before. So we hope that with this support to the Ministry of Works in this coming financial year, and hopefully that the Ministry of Finance will honor, because sometimes we pass this money and the Ministry of Finance, they do not release. But I appeal to the Ministry of Finance, please, for heaven's sake, make sure you give the road safety a priority. Because the challenge I see that is a mental or mindset challenge for Ugandans is that we go for curative and post-mortem. But the aspects of prevention, they are the most qualitative aspects of life that you can have. You prevent a disease than curing a disease. And that's why the aspect of road safety is paramount. So we have had all the statistics because we wouldn't be bleeding with our budget. All the statistics show that the country loses close between 4.5 to 5 trillion. Now you can imagine all these people who die on a daily basis. How can we replace them? Look at their experience. Look at the businesses they run. Look at the knowledge they possess for the country. Look at the assets that are destroyed and all the businesses that will die with people who go to the grave because we have not built permanent institutions with a succession policy. That hasn't been part of our culture. So there is quite a lot to do, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Alex, for giving way the information that I wanted to give this House. Road safety campaigns are important. However, Right Honorable Speaker, my cry is on the issue of the road designs. When a truck gets spoiled on the road, you have nowhere literally to move the vehicle because next to the road is a trench, is a drainage. I am very sure that if this truck, if there was sufficient space on the side, this truck could have been moved by the side to leave the road free for other road users. However, because of the road design that UNRWA and the Ministry of Works have picked up on these narrow highways, this is the reason why if a vehicle gets spoiled, it remains there, and at the end of the day, somebody comes because Ugandans are moving fast and they end up with these fatal accidents. So I want to request UNRWA and the Ministry of Works, can we widen our roads and stop putting drainages close to the roads, change the road designs, and that is also road safety. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Sarah, is that what stops us from taking that car to police?
Right Honorable Speaker.
And when you were making the law in 2019, didn't you know that there is that problem?
Right Honorable Speaker, I have been on this floor endless times, even in the committee, pleading with the Ministry of Works and UNRWA to change the road designs. And
I am
the
saying,
40 minutes.
I'm saying much as the road designs are a problem, can't we have these vehicles towed to police?
Right Honorable Speaker, yes, that is true. We must have vehicles stationed in different parts, regions, different regional police stations, so that they can immediately tow these vehicles off. But even 30 minutes before that vehicle comes to tow, these vehicles must be moved away from the road. That is what I am talking about.
That's what Honorable Dur said.
Yes.
The law is very clear. The law is there. It is the implementation of the law. The law, you made it in 2019. Now it is on the onus is on the implementation, and we must hold the persons responsible, those who are supposed to implement.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I entirely agree with you.
Finally, Right Honorable Speaker.
There is more information from Mukatuliki here.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the communication. And indeed, I'm supporting you. You know, it is very funny that a vehicle breaks on the road, a trailer, then the owner goes to Nairobi to get spare parts. It takes a whole week when the vehicle is there. What happens in other societies, and what we should advocate for, Madam Speaker, is equipping police. In other countries, what they do, they have road towing vehicles where you are charged highly as soon as the vehicle breaks down. Madam Speaker, as we talk now, I have gone to the Committee of Defense several times, beseeching them to provide the police with better motorcycles, which can chase those who commit offenses. But Madam Speaker, imagine police is riding a boxer and they are running after one boxer as well. In all other countries, police is well equipped because crime is there. But how do you control crime? By having police which is well equipped so that you can manage those who commit crimes. But our police in Kalungu, Bukedia, there is no single motorcycle and there is traffic. May I want to thank traffic for some time.
You're talking about a motorcycle, not even a vehicle. We don't even have a vehicle.
Even even a vehicle. We don't have them in our road districts. But in Kampala, Madam Speaker, how would you control crime with the police, traffic police, which is just moving on foot and everybody is misbehaving along the road? Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Bogavula,
Thank you, Right
further
Honorable
information from Bogavula.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the same spirit, we spent 2 years, Right Honorable Speaker, making that law. The implementers have failed us. Much as money is an issue, Right Honorable Speaker, the law is very, very clear. But you pass a road, you find a vehicle that has broken down, they are repairing in the middle of the vehicle, and you have to find your way in the middle of the road. In the middle of the road, you have to maneuver and find your way out. Right Honorable Speaker, even in the law, it's clear who is responsible to meet the cost of towing that vehicle away. But Right Honorable Speaker, police will be very fast in moving to some areas where it knows very well, it will handle some those ones. But when it comes to this, it will be very, very slow, and it will even protect those people. We just have to be very clear, serious on this, and make sure a vehicle cannot last more than 2 hours on the road. Even on a highway, a vehicle is there for a full day.
Honorable Government, the law is available. I am not sure that we need money for us to be able to tow these vehicles because it is at the owner's cost. We also don't need money to ensure that you have disciplined drivers. We don't need money to ensure that we have qualified persons to drive. The discipline on the road. Money is secondary. But for now, let's have people who are disciplined. Let's have people who are qualified to be able to drive on the road. Chairman, can you finish?
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker. When you talk to the Traffic Directorate of Government, it is glaringly clear that they are understaffed. They are also not given enough equipment. And that is the big crisis, because you cannot enforce when you are not empowered. It is just a clear fact. Unfortunately, the digital system that should monitor the drivers on the roads has not taken course, which has also coupled with the failure to get the digital number plates. So we have a big problem. Yeah, but that's a fact. I'm just saying about a fact.
Chairman, how would a digital number plate stop one from getting an accident?
Because the digital number plates, they are able to track you, to track the bad drivers. Yeah, that's it. The moment you have bad driving.
Chairman, tracking is a post-mortem. We want preventive.
Okay, Madam, a combination of both is necessary. But finally, Madam Speaker.
Chairman, don't drag in your businesses to us.
Okay, I withdraw the digital number plates. It seems it is a very bad terrain. I didn't know much about it. But Madam Speaker, I would like to appreciate your leadership for supporting us. We held an international convention on road safety for Africa, and we were given as a country the opportunity to lead. So I was elected the interim chair for Africa legislatures on road safety.
Thank you.
I thank you, Madam Chair, for your support.
From government. Honorable Bahati has been following from word ago.
Madam Speaker, we have noted the concerns raised by members, but to inform you that the Minister for Works is in the House. He can actually update the House.
Who is the Minister?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues.
we have taken note of all the concerns, but one about the someone who trains from the compound, goes, pays 200 and gets the driving license. I do accept, Right Honorable Speaker, it is true that thing has been happening. But we're also twisting our colleagues, police.
Honorable members, are you hearing? That is true, it has been happening.
It has been happening.
That is true.
I must agree, it has been happening. And that one has been a weakness of our colleagues from police. And of recent, we had a meeting of the stakeholders. And you know, the issuance of driving license, the one who tests a human being is also a human being. But we are designing a system where we are running out from, you come to me, I test you. If I'm friendly, I can sign a document, you pass. We are bringing the automated method where someone is going to.
Clarification, Mr. Minister. Clarification. Clarification.
Thank Honorable you, members, let him conclude. Let him conclude.
We are bringing the automation method where everything will be done digital. To an extent, someone who is awarding you marks, you are not seeing that person, so that to avoid this thing of briberies and looking into the face. Then number two, Right Honorable Speaker, in regards to the issue of the vehicles remaining on the road, with the rampant accidents we have got in the country, we sat with the stakeholders. We promise you are going to implement that law to ensure that these vehicles which have mechanical problems on the road, they don't stay, they go to police, and the owner will have to meet the costs of transporting that vehicle from there to police. However, the issue of the trenches being near the road, Right Honorable Speaker, the roads which we are constructing, the money we put in to compensate people is too much compared to the money we use to construct the roads. So in that capacity, you find the road is narrow because of the available funds which we have. But we have sent our teams to benchmark in different areas, and we have set a team to comprehensively come and advise us on how we can have new designs.
Honorable members, I don't know why you don't want the truth. My young minister is giving you the truth. Fred, you talk.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. We have set up a team to advise us on how we can come up with the new designs for those upcountry roads, because someone may tell us, why don't you have a flyover from Kampala up to Fort Potro? One, that is costly to government because there are other services which are demanding, but we are.
Honorable members get where to sit, free sitting. Honorable Sava, I see you standing there. Amero has his space. Honorable Amero, you extend for Honorable Shaba. Yes.
Okay. Right Honorable Speaker, once the teams give us feedback, we shall share with finance and everyone will advise one another. And lastly, we have taken your guidance and directive. We shall sit again with UNRWA, Uganda Police, and the Ministry of Works and Transport to see how we can work on these problems. Then finally, we shall bring a comprehensive statement to this House for further guidance. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, when you look at the issue of road accidents, the salient issues are non-implementation of the Road Safety Act 2019. If we implemented that law to the latter, then we will not be having all these problems. So I want to urge the minister, Fred, I want you to implement the law, especially section 58, in throwing out those vehicles that break down on the way. Ensure that these vehicles are out of the roadside. Because you find the people who are driving are either tired, drunk, and whichever, and they end up getting accidents. And then you need to adopt the dual carriage. You need to adopt the dual carriage system on the roads and also improve on the design, as Honorable Sarah has just said. You need to scale up the safety campaign. The money that you're being given, I wish you could use it for safety campaign. People need to know what is on the roads, how it is bad for you to drive recklessly, what it means. We used to have those safety campaigns. I don't see them now. All we watch on TVs are cartoons. We don't know which law has been passed, what is happening outside there, but we have passed so many laws, including that one. We don't see it. So kindly help us. We need to have discipline on the roads, the behavioral change of our drivers. That should be brought on board and strengthen the use of the regulations that are in place. When you say the problem is with the police, what have you done? If you realize police is a problem, take an action. Next item, members of matters of national importance. Yes, Honorable Shatis.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance. Section 59B of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Act provides for reservation schemes that target, among others, registered associations of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. This was meant to ensure that these marginalized groups attain more tenders from government. Despite this legal affirmative provision, Africa Freedom of Information Center has carried out research and established that only 38% of the businesses in Uganda, 1% are able to bid for government tenders. The situation is more glaring for youth and persons with disabilities. My prayer is that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development briefs this House on the progress made in operationalizing reservation schemes in Uganda and empowering marginalized groups in participating in government tenders. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that this section was incorporated in the bill, in the law, when I was the chairperson of the committee. I had thought that by now would be somewhere. Let me check and give the House the facts.
Honorable members, there's one thing I've realized. When members write their questions to the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister does exhaustive research and reports back. How I wish you could maintain that culture of writing questions, sending to the Prime Minister so that they come with credible answers, exhaustively researched. That's what I've sensed. But when you ask a question, somebody will just give you a passing by answer. Kevin, I mean, Agnes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on 16th June, the country commemorated the Day of the African Child. And Bugiri district had the opportunity to mark the same on 6th July. Right Honorable Speaker, the children raised a number of issues, and I request that after raising this matter, I lay their papers on table for further scrutiny by this House, as you will guide. Madam Speaker, urgently though, the children raised an issue of night fundraisings at vigils. These are during burial ceremonies. These are activities that take place at night vigils in most parts of Busoga, Bukedi, even Teso. I don't know other parts where I'm not familiar. But
I have not seen it in Teso because we have very strong bylaws in our district levels. Not so, Kiror. Yes, there's a procedural matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue that is being raised by the Honorable Agnes Taka occurs, yes, even in my district. However, Right Honorable Speaker, this is a district issue, which I believe the district can come up with bylaws to deal with this matter. So we in Tororo have done this and stopped night fundraisings because we saw that it was a way in which young girls were actually getting challenges. So, Right Honorable Speaker, would it not be procedural right? Would it not be procedural right that the honorable member, while the matter is valid, that the honorable member is asked to handle this at the district level?
Honorable members. Honorable members. Let Agnes finish her statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your wise ruling. I'm much aware of what is supposed to take place, but I've decided to raise this matter as an urgent matter of national importance because the issue is not limited to my district. It has taken the whole part of Busoga, the Buked region. I want to raise the attention of government to this. That is why I decided to raise it. Madam Speaker, I was still explaining to you how it happens. At these vigils, the people gather at night and they do funds to support the family in raising funds to send off their loved ones in a decent manner. Madam Speaker, the community much appreciates actually the activity. However, the concerns of the children are that when these fundraisings are taking place, all the parents now look at the activity as if a kind of entertainment. So all the adults are out of the homes and leave the children behind. In some instances, you find even the children at these functions. What has come out are children being defiled, children being raped, and fornication, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members.
Madam
Speaker. Which word are you fearing to hear? Defilement is different from raping. There is either rape or a defilement, depending on how old you are. So the issue is government. There is defilement and raping of girls. Honorable members, can I have some silence? Can we get a response from government? Because we need local government to issue an instruction.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to make my prayers before the minister speaks. I request. My prayers, Madam Speaker. One is that the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development urgently guides the country on such social functions. And secondly, that the Minister of Local Government guides the local councils to urgently develop bylaws in their respective districts to regulate the conduct of such fundraisings. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, there's one thing. First of all, I want to thank all of you for your attendance. There's one thing I learned today from the leadership of Malawi, that when a member does not attend the house, they deduct your allowance. I am giving you information. Honorable members, it's good for us to do benchmarking. Government, can I hear from government?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Tucker for the concern about our children. However, we have Honorable Minister here for local government. I want him to come here and authorize the local governments to do the needful.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank Honorable Tucker for raising this matter. It is important that we all do what it takes to defend the rights of our children. We'll, as local government, request the Honorable Member so that we can receive the entire report of what the children have recommended to us. We shall look at it and we shall request the local governments to customize it to their local areas. Good enough, in our midst already we have our local leaders from Padel. They have heard it. Why don't we take a step to make sure that we do what decentralization has given us, the mandate to have local laws that are respective to our local situations. Let's protect our children. I thank the Honorable Member for raising this.
Thank you so much. The issue of the bylaws is very important. Urge your government, your districts to ensure that you have the bylaws that govern the do's and the don'ts in that area. Thank you. Next.
Item 4.
I am going to do a face out. We can't spend 2 hours on this. Please, bear with me. We will be doing a face out. Or, first it. I also learned something from Malawi. That they sit from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, from morning to evening. If we can agree, we can be sitting every day. And then we can use a Thursday for members. Then we are ready to do it. That is food for thought, but we are going to do it. Something that makes members comfortable. Next item.
Item 4, laying of papers.
There's a procedure matter from Lob. Lob, meanwhile, welcome back.
Thank you.
When you are away, we missed you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I appreciate that. I was ably represented here. I have a formidable team. We have no deficit of able men and women on this side. I appreciate, right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Sir, do a very good job.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right, Honorable Speaker, my procedure matter arises from.
Order, Madam Speaker.
It's on procedure.
But you allowed me.
Hey. Members, we need to learn these rules.
Yes.
He was on a procedure matter.
Order. I wanted to order the leader of opposition.
You're just lucky that he is a gentleman and he has sat.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The leader of opposition is trying to insinuate that this side of government does not have capable leaders to stand in for our first bench members. Because the way he has put the statement is like, we are really a dull side of parliament. Is he in order, Madam Speaker, really?
Honorable members, it's a very good thing when somebody says something for one to conceptualize. Take time to think and understand what a person has said. I don't think that's what Loeb said.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in any case, if my honorable colleague is offended, I only went to a very miserable school and I found myself in these spaces. So I apologize for the misrepresentation of his idea of speech.
Wow. Honorable Loeb, what have you said?
No, right, Honorable Speaker, I was only acknowledging my friend. You know, he's a good friend and we come from the same area. And he's a very good man. So I have no reason to disparage, but only apologize for misrepresenting his thoughts about me. Right, Honorable Speaker, fast forward. My curiosity was aroused by your statement on how to get members involved in House debate. We're a big house and we appreciate, right, Honorable Speaker. Would it be prudent that the whips are invited to encourage members to take cognizance of Rule 45 and subsequent rules on questions? Because members like to engage with the ministers. Of course, sometimes the ministers are elusive or supply partial answers. Questions for oral answers and other questions related supply enough space for members to engage and insist that questions are properly answered. The Prime Minister's question time would be a very good space, but it's very congested. And more often than not, I see the Prime Minister referring questions to the ministers. So would you, right, Honorable Speaker, consider it pleases you to ask of the whips to consider a possibility of activating the provisions of Rule 45 and subsequent rules so that members get more involved in the House business and raise the matters relating to their constituencies in this space, because that's the quest. That's why you have more matters of national importance that should have come as oral questions requiring oral answers, and we spend a lot of haggling on these matters, Mr. Speaker. I shall pray.
Thank you. I saw Father Nen here. The chair, I want Rules Committee to take note of what is being raised and make proposals on what we can do. We could actually change and have something. done better for the members. Because at the end of the week, everybody should be able to speak. If we can devote a whole day for members to pour out, we can sit morning and afternoon. You had something?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine was on the issue of accidents.
That one passed. Yes. Honorable members, we are moving to the next item.
Madam Speaker, this is in relation with your directive. I raised a number of issues here in the Parliament concerning the higher loan scheme. And Madam Speaker, we went to the Committee of Education. We even went to the extent of meeting Minister of Finance, Education, and the PSST to get money for the higher loan scheme for our students who are studying on loan. But recently, Madam Speaker, we are seeing a circular coming out from the higher loan scheme board where they have failed to give them just 6 billion to give these needed students who want to study on loan scheme, and they are paying only 4.5 million per semester. But Madam Speaker, the same government has given those students who are highly privileged, 4,000 of them, they are paying for them 18 million per student per semester. So the procedure matter I'm raising is whether we to get information and the communication from finance, why they have refused to obey our directives to raise 6 billion for our students, yet we put the law in place, the higher loan scheme board. And Madam Speaker, this law
Of which year? Oduru, when was the act?
Yeah, is here. Okay. These papers are many. Is a bit small. So the act is also here. The act also, Act number 14, is also of 2020, which brought about the regulations which were made in that year, and they are laid down now.
Is there another one after this?
In case, Honorable, we need the two. The act is here. I beg to lay.
Honorable members, the act that we have for the biofuels is of 2018. We don't have the one of 2020. What was assented to? I want you to just check here, 2018. And it was assented to by the president on the 4th June 2018, not 2020. So you need to make a correction and then you bring it back. So you withdraw your document.
Much obliged, Right Honorable.
Thank you. And then there was something that was asked for. The agreement between Uganda and South Sudan. Honorable Minister, the agreement.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The agreement was signed a week ago, and I was not aware I was expected to lay it on the table. I'll bring it and lay it on the table tomorrow.
Thank you. Next.
Item 4B.
4B.
List of international conventions, treaties, and protocols that Uganda is party to, and has not ratified.
Proceed on.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm sorry for my consistency in asking for this procedural matter. Madam Speaker, leadership is the ability to identify a problem and prescribe a solution before that problem translates into crisis. Madam Speaker, on June 12, 2023, the United States State Department issued a travel advisory that there could be a possibility of a terrorist attack in our country. And indeed, Madam Speaker, or sadly, June 16, 2023, Kasese had a tragedy. Madam Speaker, this very month, June the 2nd, the UK government has issued another travel advisory, warning its citizens and the citizens of this country of an imminent, serious, indiscriminate terrorist attack that could unload any moment. Madam Speaker, everything else can wait, but not a human life. My procedural issue, Madam Speaker, is, are we as a government in a position, specifically this House, to get assurance from the government of Uganda, specifically our security leadership, that yes, we have absorbed this intel information and we're doing everything within our reach to scale up our capabilities in terms of rapid response, hardware and software capabilities to avert any terrorist attack. Because personally, like somebody who comes from Kasese community, I wouldn't want what happened in Kasese to occur or anywhere else in our country, Madam Speaker. That is procedure issue.
Thank you. The procedure issue has been received. And just to let you know that the UK government does not run our security. The US government does not run our security. We'll wait to hear from our security in Uganda, giving us an update. I believe they are alert on what is happening. Next item.
Item 4B, list of international conventions, treaties, and protocols that Uganda is party to and has not ratified.
Honorable members, pursuant to Article 123 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Rule 40 of the Rules of Procedure, it's imperative that this House is always informed of the status of conventions that need ratification, the treaties and the protocols that are bound to be ratified by Uganda. We therefore want to invite the minister to come and lay them on table.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have with me the status of Uganda's ratification of international treaties and protocols. Reference is made to the above mentioned subject. I wish to inform you that Uganda has made significant progress in demonstrating her commitment as a member of international community of states. In this regard, government has ratified and acceded important international instruments, taking into account preservation of national sovereignty, values, and legislation. Due consideration is also given to the need for the country to become party to those instruments whose membership spurs national development. We wish also to inform Parliament that the decision to ratify or accede to treaty lies primarily with the Cabinet or Parliament in accordance with Section 2 of Ratification of Treaties Act, CAP 204 of 1998. The process of ratification or accession of any treaty is led by the line ministry or minister responsible for its implementation. And pursuant to Section 3 of Ratification of Treaties Act, the Minister or Ministry of Foreign Affairs is responsible for preparation, signature, depose, deposit ratification and accession instruments. A list of ratified instruments is hereby attached. Madam Speaker, we hitherto had prepared a list of all the treaties and convention, but also put a column of those that government has not ratified, and also provided for reasons why. The annexure 1 is here too attached. We have a number of 243 so far. And of those, Right Honorable Speaker, we have those in the last column where we have not signed or ratified. And I will take you 239 as an example. The second.
Honorable members, kindly don't go away. We need a quorum for us to pass the bills. We have two very important bills and we need a quorum.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have attached the annexure, which has a total of 243, but we have very few which have not been ratified by
You
government of
read
Uganda.
for us the treaties that you are laying on table.
Those that are not ratified are: 1, the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at the abolition of the death penalty. We have not signed on this one, and the reason is MOFA has not received ratification requests from the line ministry. Secondly, we have not ratified the one of International Convention. The one on optional protocol to the Convention on Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. MOFA has not received ratification requests from the line ministry. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table. Thank you.
Let's start with Usuk, Laibi.
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I've keenly listened to and watched the minister. He made reference to Rule 40. Talks about laying the treaties, protocols, international agreements before Parliament. The rule specifically does not even state that you lay a list, but says lay those treaties before Parliament. Is he procedurally right to present a paper which is not a treaty, it's not a protocol, not a report, and he has told us he's laying? Right Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence. Thank you.
Laibi, can I have a look at?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I listened to the Honorable Minister, and he read lists of those he said had not yet been signed or ratified. Right Honorable Speaker, in October 2021, I move a motion seeking for a resolution of Parliament urging government to sign and ratify the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapon. Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Foreign Affairs was given 45 days. That was in October 2021. The committee to this day has never reported.
Why don't we first receive the list of what has been ratified and not ratified before we go to yours? You know how to address yours.
I agree, Right Honorable Speaker. My only concern was that he never included that among those that had not been signed.
How sure are you? Has he read all of them?
Thank you. I'll wait, Right Honorable Speaker.
His work was to lay, not to read. Yes, Tebandeke.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise a procedural issue under Rule 7 by your authority. Right Honorable Speaker, amongst the international conventions and the treaties and the protocol laid by the minister, that the government of Uganda is a party to, but has not yet ratified. I'm getting worried that, Right Honorable Speaker, we have a protocol in waiting between the government of Uganda and China in trading fish and fish products, specifically fish meals. And by statistics, the fisheries sector is contributing second to GDP of this country. Right Honorable Speaker, very many traders locally here are going out of business because there is a lack of clear transaction between Uganda and China. And a few individuals have monopolized this business. And you have also very many investors who have shifted to Kenya and Tanzania because of lack of clear trading protocol between Uganda and China. Right Honorable Speaker, I happened to get a draft of the protocol, properly written in Chinese and also English, explaining the commitments that Uganda is to undertake and China. China is almost a world #1 transaction country in terms of fish meals, and Uganda is losing a lot. This protocol was drafted in 2017 and discussed in 2019. Honorable Speaker, I'm getting dismayed because even I happened to get a copy from the Minister of Fisheries and Animal Industries, writing to the President to give authority to conclude on this protocol, to ratify and normalize transaction between Uganda and China. Right Honorable Speaker, I need clarity whether it is procedurally right for the minister in charge to come and outline a number of protocols exclusive of the fisheries sector, which is second in command of the GDP earning to this country. I beg to submit.
Do you have a copy of what the police of what the minister has laid on table? Do you have a list?
Right Honorable Speaker, you cautioned him to read, but he only read 2, implying that even the document laid down consists of only
to lay.
Now,
just to lay your fears. One of the protocols that is being laid is what you're talking about. Then this is what you're talking about. Written in Chinese, in English, in Luteso. So it's there.
So much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
But would also more pleasant to get about the content within the protocol. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bed.
Right Honorable Speaker, under the East African Protocol, the government of Uganda and the East African states.
Just a minute, Honorable Minister, I want all those protocols at committee. You must give them to the committee to scrutinize. Okay?
Under the East African Protocol, the government of Uganda and the East African states, they are supposed to come up with mutual recognition agreements to facilitate the movement of labor within the East African community. There are many professionals currently, they cannot work within the East Africa community, including Uganda, because of the absence of the mutual recognition agreements. And this has affected the labor movement within the community. It has even pushed us, Right Honorable Speaker, that whenever we come here to make laws, we want to include the clause East Africa instead of saying Uganda. And we are aware that the other East African the countries which are members, to some of these mutual recognition agreements, they have refused to pledge their signatures. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to beg through you that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of East African community will lay on table those mutual recognition agreements that have been signed by the Republic of Uganda to facilitate labor in this community.
Thank you. We'll let the minister know that. Prime Minister, you've heard what the member is requesting for. Next item.
Item 5. Motion for a resolution of Parliament to appreciate His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the State of the Nation address to the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda on Wednesday, 7th June 2023.
Honorable members, this item has been on the order paper for the last 2 weeks. It has been debated upon, and we will continue debating upon it. However, we want first to get from the leader of opposition. The debate can only continue once we get from leader of opposition, and leader of opposition has informed me his submission will be ready on Thursday. So we'll receive from leader of opposition on Thursday. Those who want to debate will give a rebuttal to what leader of opposition is saying, and then we shall put a question. Next item.
Item 6.
Yes.
Motion.
Right, Honorable Speaker, since you have already ruled that what the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs laid goes to the committee, some of us had interest in that, in the treaties. And I was checking on the iPad, right, Honorable Speaker, the document is not uploaded. Would it not be procedural right that the document is uploaded so that we can, some of us can have
We'll
access?
upload it.
Thank you, right,
We'll
Honorable Speaker.
upload it. That is very, very simple.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was actually reminded by the Minister of Finance rising, and I remembered that you ordered the Minister of Finance and the Land Attorney General to lay before Parliament all PPPs, private-public partnerships undertaken by government on behalf of the people of Uganda, and they have never been laid. Would it please you to remind the Minister of Finance by instruction on when he should lay those PPPs before Parliament for consideration, aware that they have undertaken commitments on behalf of the people of Uganda, sometimes undermining our sovereignty and undertaking very flimsy agreements. Would you be pleased to remind him and give him a timeline, Honorable Speaker?
Minister of Finance, have you heard what is being asked for? The PPPs? Do we put it in writing?
Madam Chair, sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm going to cross-check and get back, because I'm not aware.
Honorable Minister, the House requested you to come and lay on table the PPPs, and you promised to do that. So can we have them laid on table? Not today. Tell us when you can lay them.
Madam Speaker, I need 2 weeks to gather this information.
2 weeks is okay. It's just no problem. We've been waiting for 5 months. So we can wait for another 2 weeks. Next item.
Item 6. Motion for reconsideration of the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President in accordance with Article 91(3)(b) of the Constitution and Rule 142 of the Rules of Procedure.
Honorable members, you recall that on Tuesday, 3rd May 2023, this House passed the Tax Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2023. The bill was duly transmitted to His Excellency the President for assent as per Article 91(3) of the Constitution of Republic of Uganda, 1995. On 25th June 2023, His Excellency the President, through a letter dated 26th June 2023, communicated his decision to withhold his assent and returned the bill for reconsideration as per Article 91(3)(b) of the Constitution. I subsequently referred the same bill to the Sector Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and the chairman is ready with the report. However, I will request the minister to move a motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Is Honorable Nandala in? Okay. Chairman, BCU.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President be read for the second time. I beg to move.
Seconded. Seconded by Bunyoro, Ivanda, Karamoja, local government, Achon, Edakas, Ochan, Afoyo Chan. This side, Kangwaje, Idi, by the whole house. Would you love to speak to your motion?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the bill is seeking to amend Section 38 of the Principal Act, and we presented our just in time, Madam Speaker, the committee can report back.
Honorable members, this bill was debated upon, self-explanatory. So can we hear from the chairperson of finance?
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Indeed, this was brought to the attention of the committee, and allow me to lay on table a copy of the report and the minutes and addenda of the meetings. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, on the 29th of June, you referred to the Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development
the Tax Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President for reconsideration. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee commenced the consideration of the said bill under Rule 143 through consultation with different stakeholders and hence the report. Amendments to the Tax Procedure Code Act as returned for consideration and the proposed amendment in Section 38 of the Tax Procedures Code Act to prescribe the order of payment of allocation rules. Methodology. The committee held meetings and received memoranda from the following in its consideration of this bill. We were able to meet the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Attorney General, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, and the Uganda Revenue Authority. And we hereby observe, arising from the committee's interaction with the stakeholders above, the committee made the following observations and recommendations. The committee observed that the proposed amendments to Section 38 of the Principal Act was not part of the clauses proposed by the Honorable Minister of Finance for consideration while laying on table the Tax Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2023 on the 30th of March 2023. And therefore, the committee observed that Rule 116 subsection 2 of the Parliamentary Rules of Procedure is to effect that the bill shall not contain anything foreign to what is its long title imports. And therefore, the rules interpretation was buttressed in the constitutional case of Malay, Mavirizi, and others versus the Attorney General. And therefore, the committee concluded that the proposed amendments to Section 38 of the Tax Procedures Act, Tax Procedure Code Act, was irregular in as far as it was foreign to the long title of the bill. And therefore, we hereby recommend that the proposed amendment of Section 38 of Tax Procedures Code Act be deleted. I hereby report, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chair. Yes, Honorable Nandala.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if committees start saying that there is no need to introduce anything new in a bill, we're sending a dangerous precedent. Because the moment a bill for an amendment comes up, it means you are opening up that bill, that act for anything. The only thing which the committee should have said, when the amendment was being made, the amendment should have been made on the long title, on the title. And why would, for us colleagues, why we never raised this further, it was because the committee agreed that this thing should then coming financial year. Madam Speaker, they are giving me order, but I don't think the order is in order, because in the wisdom of this house, the person who wants to give me order is a life vice chair. They could not even make her a chair. That means she's quite incompetent to be a chair, and that's why she has no capacity to make an order to me.
Honorable Nathan. Honorable Nathan.
Madam Speaker, I'm listening.
Honorable Nathan, can you withdraw that insult on a woman? On a woman.
Okay, Madam Speaker, let her sit, then I withdraw. Tell her to sit. Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I withdraw those comments. And for saying the vice chair could not
bring your point.
Okay, thank you. So let you sit down, otherwise. Madam Speaker.
Do you have a minority report on this?
No, Madam Speaker, why we're raising it, it was an agreed item that we shall not raise a minority report, but it should be taken note that in the next.
Okay, a note taken.
Thank
you. You know, Nathan has not been around. So it has to make people know that he has come back. Honorable members, what he's raising, we've taken note of it, and he's raising a pertinent issue. Anybody else?
Motion.
A motion?
Right Honorable Speaker, you clearly guided
No.
that we debated the bill and exhausted it. So I was moving a motion, Right Honorable Speaker, that we go to committee stage and conclude this business.
Seconded? Seconded by Avuru, Achon, Eva, Nandala. By Okot, Chuti, by Koni, by the whole house. Can we have, okay, ma? Honorable members, as we wait for Mr. Kema in the public gallery this afternoon, we have councillors from Kasilo County, Serere District, represented by Honorable Cooper Elijah and Honorable Adoa. You're most welcome. Where are you? Please stand up. Welcome. This is your parliament. Thank you for coming. Yes. Honorable members, we're confirming the quorum. We have 186 physically and 15 virtually. That gives 201. And the quorum is the corridors. We have the quorum. I now put a question that the Tax Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President in accordance with the Article 913 of the Constitution and Rule 142 of the Rules of Procedure be considered by this Honorable House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President. Bills committee stage. Clause 38.
Chair, clause 38. Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, clause 38, subsection Section 38, subsection 1 and 3. 1A and 3, we propose to delete.
Justification.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, justification is that this section was not initially brought for amendment and therefore was fallen to the amendment proposed.
Honorable Chivombi.
Right, Honorable Chair. We never raised an objection, but take note of the comment of Honorable Nandala
a little bit of a short change, but you can live with it.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I agree with the committee position.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 38 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
I beg to move a motion that the committee of the whole House do resume. I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
The Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023
Continue.
Madam Speaker, report that the committee of the whole House has considered the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President and passed it with amendments.
Okay, ma.
Motion for adoption of the report of the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the committee of the whole House be adopted. That the report from the committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report from the committee of the whole House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading. The Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, that the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President be read for the third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Tax Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Tax Procedures Code Amendment Act 20. .42 of the Rules of Procedure.
Honorable members, as you still recall that on Tuesday, May 2023, this House passed the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023. The bill was duly transmitted to the President for assent as per Article 91(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995. On 29th June 2023, His Excellency the President, through a letter dated 26th June, returned the bill unsigned. And that was in accordance with the Article 91(3) B of the Constitution. I subsequently referred it to committee, the Sector Committee of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. and I'm aware the report is ready. However, the minister will first move a motion to the effect. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to move a motion that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023, as returned by His Excellency the President, be read for the
Seconded by Loy, Helene, Elders, Emily, Mbawasi, Charity, Charity, Alayo, Shatis, Azar, by the ministers, by the whole house.
Madam Speaker, when you were mentioning the names of seconders, you said it was seconded by the whole house.
I saw.
This house is a house of record, and I wanted to beg your indulgence. It's a house of record. In future, when there are contestations on this matter, you would have waived the right of people who did not second, because the records will show that you were there and you seconded. So you do not. So I just thought that going forward in future, we should capture the records as accurately as it is, so that it shows that the reservations that people have. It would help this house a lot, Madam Speaker.
Next, can you speak to your motion?
Thank you, Right Honorable.
It was seconded by the whole house that I saw. There are those that I didn't see.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In summary, the bill is seeking to cap the period under which the carry forward losses can be fully allowed for tax purposes. And the bill is also seeking to define the unit trust in the meaning of the company, to include the meaning of the unit trust in the definition of the company. The bill is seeking to introduce withholding tax on income derived by a non-resident person from provision of digital services in Uganda. And the bill is also seeking to extend the tax waiver for Bujagali for another 1 year, from 1st July 2023 to 30th of June 2024. And Madam Speaker, I want to make a small statement on the Bujagali proposal, that it is important that the government fulfills her obligations with the Bujagali hydropower project. The waiver of the corporate income tax was one of the strategies negotiated with the Bujagali to reduce electricity end user tariffs. And the purpose of this amendment is to reduce the average electricity tariff for Bujagali power project by US cents 4.7 from US cents 10.62 per kilowatt hour during the period 1st July 2022 to 30th June 2027. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you may note that according to the power purchase agreement with the Bujagali power projects, all taxes are supposed to be recovered from the power tariff. This implies that without the corporate tax waiver, Ugandans will pay very high end user tariff, which has implications on the economy. Madam Speaker and colleagues, with this justification, and in order to prevent the cost of power from going up, I would like to appeal to this House to agree with our position, and we extend this waiver by additional 1 year. And let me also take this opportunity to thank you, Madam Chair, and this House, that in 2017, the House allowed the government to extend this waiver by 5 years. And this year we have just completed last year. We also pleaded, and the House was able to give us another extension of 1 year. Here we are still grappling with the same problem, and we continue to appeal to you, honorable colleagues, to appreciate this case, and we save the cost of power from going up. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Can we have a report from the committee? Honorable members, remember this issue came up last year, and we gave an extension of 1 year. The ad hoc committee, which was chaired by Honorable Nandala Katesh, the ad hoc committee made recommendations, very good recommendations. However, we made a recommendation to do a forensic audit, which never took place. I was actually surprised last week to see a letter from Auditor General asking for funds to do an audit, a forensic audit on Bujagali. Please go ahead. Let him make his report.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues.
Nathan, what I'm saying, let him present, you'll present yours, and then we come to a harmonized position. You know, Nathan, I'll give you. I'm going to give you to talk.
Right Honorable Speaker, the return bills were considered by the committee, and I hereby report. As earlier said, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Speaker of this House referred the returned bills to the committee for consideration, and we hereby report. The following proposed amendments in the Income Tax Act were returned for reconsideration by His Excellency the President of Uganda. Clause 12, seeking amendment of Section 38 of the Income Tax. In Clause 16, seeking to introduce a tax on income derived by non-resident persons for the provision of digital services in Uganda. Amendment of Section 2 of the Income Tax to amend the definition of a company. And a new clause granting further 1 year extension of the corporate income tax waiver to Bujagali Energy Limited. The committee held meetings and received memoranda from the following: the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Attorney General, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, and the Uganda Revenue Authority. Observations and recommendations of the committee follow. Arising from the committee's interaction with the stakeholders mentioned above, the committee made the following observations and recommendations. 1, capping of carried forward losses to 50%. The committee observed that the amendment is intended to limit the avoidance of payment of corporate tax revenue by taking advantage of the current provisions of the law, which allow businesses to carry forward
all tax losses indefinitely and without any restriction. And the committee further noted that allocating carried forward losses to taxpayers indefinitely incentivizes them to overclaim losses and hence enabling them to remain in an artificial loss-making position. The committee further observed that the proposal will not affect any genuine persons because the law will allow 100% carry forward losses for 5 years, then 50% for the following 5 years. This is in addition to all the allowable deductions and capital deductions provided under Section 25 to 33 of the Income Tax Act. In addition, citizens have the benefit of 10 years tax holiday under the Section 21, whose minimum requirement for citizens is an investment of Uganda shillings 1 billion as compared to US 10 million for non-citizens. The above notwithstanding, the committee noted that some businesses may find it difficult to pay taxes and remain operative even after 5 years, most especially capital-intensive businesses such as those in the oil and gas, telecom, and construction sectors. However, the committee agrees that this measure should be reviewed in the future. We therefore recommend that the committee therefore recommends the cap in carry forward losses to 5 years be maintained in the bill. Definition of a company to exclude unit trust, amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act. The committee observed that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development presented to plenary the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023. Therein, it was proposed that effective 1st July 2023, the profit on the contribution paid or credited to a participant of a collective investment scheme should be subjected to a withholding tax at a rate of 5% or 15% of such profit, depending on the amount invested. This proposal was later withdrawn by the minister. And therefore, the committee observed that Rule 116, subsection 2 of the Parliamentary Rules of Procedure is to the effect that the bill shall not contain anything foreign to what is long title imports. By withdrawing all clauses on collective investment schemes, the minister essentially withdrew any aspect of the long title that relates to the collective investment schemes, including redefinition of the company to exclude unit trusts. And this rule's interpretation was buttressed in the constitutional case of Malay Mabirizi and others, verse 2018. The committee therefore concluded that the proposed amendment to define, I beg your pardon. The committee therefore concluded that the proposed amendment to the definition of the company under Section 2 of the Income Tax, as far as it was foreign to the long title of the bill. We therefore recommend, the committee recommends that the proposed amendment Section 2 of the Principal Act be deleted and the definition of a company be maintained in the Principal Act without necessarily affecting the unit trust. Withholding tax on income derived by non-Ugandans, non-resident persons from the provision of digital services in Uganda. The committee observed that the proposal intends to introduce withholding tax imposed on income derived by non-resident persons from provision of digital services in Uganda. The proposal is meant to majorly cater for taxation of the digital economy, such as Facebook, Twitter, Amazon, Netflix, among others. The committee agrees with His Excellency the President that the clause does not apply to resident companies as posited in the minority report on the matter and should therefore be reinstated in the bill. The committee further observed that the multinational companies who are being targeted by the proposal are already in agreement and agreed to file returns for the proposed digital tax with Uganda Revenue Authority, and that they are currently already filing and paying value-added tax. It also noted that this does not affect the business process outsourcing. And may I, or may I not, Right Honorable Speaker, or may I emphasize that, as earlier said, this does not affect the users, but rather the committee further put emphasis that this is not a social media tax and will not affect an ordinary Ugandan in any way, for simple reason that the multinational enterprises will be allowed a tax credit in their own country for taxes paid in Uganda. Take, for example, the Uber. If a Ugandan uses Uber in Uganda, the money goes to California and no tax is paid here because we do not have a charging section or a source rule. And therefore, this proposal, the 5% of the money Ugandans pay to use Uber platform shall be reduced as a tax credit from the state of California. And therefore, the committee recommends that the proposal taxing income derived by non-resident providers of digital services in Uganda be maintained. Tax waiver of Bujagari Energy Company Limited. The committee observed that in the financial year 2021-22, the ministry presented the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021, which, among others, proposed the extension of the tax waiver to Bujagari Energy Limited by 5 years, as earlier reiterated by the minister. During its consideration by plenary, the Right Honorable Speaker instituted a select committee to further inquire into the efficacy of the tax waiver. The select committee concluded its assignment and reported back to this House on the 15th of March 2023 with the following recommendations. The Auditor General should undertake a value for money audit on Bujagari Energy Limited to establish the actual effect of the cost drivers on the tariff. The Auditor General should audit Bujagari Energy Limited as per the National Audit Act, given that the government of Uganda is a shareholder in the project stroke company. The Inspector General of Government should investigate the $15 million expense through Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited to ascertain how, where, and whether the money was spent. And the Auditor General audits the application of the 15 million expense to UETCL. The Bujagari Energy Limited should refund government of Uganda the wrongly claimed insurance costs with interest. I am reading the recommendations of the committee. And that through the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the government of Uganda should initiate processes to renegotiate power purchase agreements with the Bujagari Energy to provide a capped return on equity and utilization factor to reduce the tariff costs. And that URA should undertake a comprehensive tax audit on Bujagari Energy Limited to ascertain compliance with the tax obligation and also recover all the taxes due from BEL prior to exemption. The government of Uganda should institute a strong monitoring team to ensure the integrity of the facility until its handover. And government should buy out a percentage of the debt to lower tariff costs in the long term. Additionally, financing projects such as the Bujagari Hydro Power Project through internally generated resources like equity would be cheaper. And government should consider the listing of UEGCL to solicit capital from the public. And UETCL should put in place strategies to increase power supply so as to meet the growing demands. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I've just reiterated the recommendations that were made by the ad hoc committee. The committee therefore observes that government is undertaking the following actions to implement the select committee's recommendation. One, the process to undertake the audit on Bujagari Energy Limited has begun with a number of preparatory meetings held with the Auditor General. And in addition, a draft terms of reference for the assignment have been finalized. And these members, they were laid during our interaction with the Ministry of Energy. They were laid before the committee. And in addition, a draft terms of reference for the assignment has been finalized. The audit is anticipated to take a period of 6 months upon commencement. A Government of Uganda committee was established to review the process of initiating renegotiation of the power purchase agreement, and the committee concludes the Attorney General, Ministry of Energy, I beg your pardon, that committee, the Uganda Government Committee, this committee includes the Attorney General, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Minister of Energy, Mineral Development, and the Electricity Regulatory Authority. The Uganda Revenue Authority has commenced the tax audit of Jagari Energy Limited, and the audit will inform the next course of action. Quarterly monitoring of all power plants in the country is being carried out by Ministry of Energy, Mineral Development and ERA, including Bujagari power plants. The Ministry of Energy is analyzing a financing framework to recapitalize and ensure financial stability of the Government of Uganda companies of UEGCL, UETCL, and UEDCL. These companies will take over operation of the various electricity infrastructure as the respective private concession agreements come to a natural termination. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Ministry of Energy has implemented the following electricity demand growth initiatives. One, cooking tariffs for domestic consumers for 17 units at lower tariff, Uganda shillings 412 per kilowatts per month. Rebate policy to facilitate quick connection of the industrial consumers to the national grid. Declining block tariff structures for large and extra large industrial consumers. Investment in development of substation and electricity infrastructure in industrial parks like Ruzira, Namave, Kapeka, Mukono, Iganga, Mbale, Entebbe, Miramahil, among others. Investment in improvement of reliability and quality of supply. Change of the industrial tariff structure, provide for low retail tariff for industrial consumers that commit to increase demand. And the new connection through a hybrid financing framework is also under consideration. The regional power and regional power trade. Therefore, the committee concludes that it is necessary to grant a 1-year extension to Bujagari Energy Limited in order to protect the end user from high tariff, while at the same time enabling government to implement recommendations of the parliament on the same. And therefore, the committee recommends the corporate income tax for Bujagari Energy Limited be waived for 1 year. I hereby submit.
Thank you so much, Chair Finance. I am aware that you didn't tell us that you have a minority report, because that's part of your report.
Right Honorable Speaker, even those who submitted were hesitant. But I hereby submit that we have...
They are not hesitant. You say attached to your report is a minority report signed by so and so and so, as per rule A, B, C, D.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 205, the Rules of Procedure, some two members,
Honorable, pursuant to Rule 205, a minority report has been presented by Honorable Nathan Nandala and Honorable Chivumbi. Does it cost you much
no,
to
it
say
doesn't.
that?
It doesn't, Right Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 205, the Rules of Procedure, I have a minority report which has been signed by the honorable members. Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi of Utambara and Honorable Nandala Mafabi of Udadiri West. I hereby submit.
Thank you. Honorable, can you present your minority report?
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. Number one, it's true we are the two members who have the minority report, but one of them is a shadow minister of finance. He's my boss. I want to ask him if he has some guidelines they want to put across before I can begin. Otherwise, I can be disciplined, Mr. Minister, sir. Right Honorable Chair, for us in the NUP, we give absolute delegation. He's here to do the needful, and you are fully in charge, sir.
And here we don't have no here in Parliament. We give.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you recall, one is that we're going to deal with the issue of losses, two, the issue of Bujagali, three, the issue of digital services, and four, taxation of units. I have been directed by my minister to deal with A, B. Then if he redirects me for the second one, C and D, I'll deal with it. Madam Speaker and honorable members, on 2nd May 2023, Parliament enacted the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023, and the same was referred to the President for assent. In a letter dated 26 June 2023, the President returned some certain clauses in the Income Tax Bill 2023 for reconsideration. And of course, the committee, which is chaired by my younger brother Amos, has prepared a report, and we have dissenting views. According to Rule 205 of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament of Uganda, a minority report will indicate its dissenting opinions from the majority report. And these are our dissenting areas. A, capping of carry forward losses. B, exemption from tax of the income tax of Jagali hydropower project called BEL. C, imposition of tax of non-residents providing digital services. And D, taxation of trust units. Madam Speaker, capping of carry forward losses. Madam Speaker, a taxable loss is after adjustment from trading results, from disallowing, which you call add back expenses not allowable for tax purposes, and allowing deductions, subtracting allowable for tax purposes. And an example for this, one, depreciation, donations, and expenses not related to business are disallowed for tax purposes. But also, allowable deductions include capital allowances and other tax allowances as per the tax laws, e.g., Section 21, Section 27A, and Section 29 of the Income Tax Act. Madam Speaker, what I'm trying to demonstrate here is that you can do sales and you knock off expenses and you make a profit. It is called a trading what? Profit. Under accounting standards, that trading profit, you can pay dividend to the owners of the money. But for tax purposes, you will discover that instead of a trading profit is converted in a tax loss. And this is what I'm going to demonstrate. Madam Speaker and colleagues, a big capital investment of say of 10 billion will take a long time to have the investment recovered. Let us take an example. If you say this should be recovered in 5 years, it means you take 10 divided by 5. It gives you 2 billion. Which business in Uganda will make profit of 2 billion a year? Even smuggling, even the drugs. 2, the main cause of tax losses is because of capital allowances given to the businesses as by the tax laws and also including Schedule 6 of the Income Tax Act. Depreciation in a business of trading, it could be 5%. But when it comes to capital allowances, they give 50%. So 50% will lead to a taxable loss. A business will make a trading profit as per accounting standards and even pay dividends, but will make a taxable loss due to allowances like capital deductions. And Madam Speaker and the colleagues who have done a demonstration, we want to take an investment of 10 billion. Under this law, which we are going to court, and I want to state that this law has been even amended. Under section 27A, which we have just amended, Madam Speaker and the colleagues, it says under 1, a person who places an item of a legal property into service for the first time outside the radius of 50 kilometers from the boundaries of Kampala during a year of income is allowed a deduction for that year of amount equal to 50% of the capital base of the property at the time it was placed into service. So we want to demonstrate with the 10 billion. You have 10 billion, you have been allowed 50% in the first year. That means you're allowed to remove from your trading profits 5 billion of 10 billion. That's 50. And then you are given the 20% allowance as per section 29, you have 1 billion. Madam Speaker, that means in first year already you are entitled to a capital allowance of 6 billion. Now I want to demonstrate with the profit. You have made a profit of 200 million. You add back a depreciation of 1 billion. You remove capital allowances of 6 billion. You will end up with a taxable loss of 4.8 billion. Next year, you increase 250 million. We are assuming these are businesses which have started making profit immediately. But most businesses, when you start, it takes about 3 to 4 years before it starts generating some profit. But for us, we have assumed in the first year, we have started making. Second year, the same. You add back 1 billion, you remove 1 billion as the capital allowance, you have 4.5 billion carry loss. Next year, you make 300 million. The other year, you make, by the 5th year, you are still having a loss of 3.5 billion. This loss has been brought because of capital allowances. Madam Speaker and the colleagues, you will be making trading profits, but for the tax profit you are, this trading profit you are making will lead to tax loss as by the law. Madam Speaker, to address the main issue of capital allowance, I'll look at it through this following. 1, removing section 27A, which we have done. And at the moment we did that, it means companies are going to take a lesser time to deal with the recovery of capital allowances. So there's no more initial capital allowances. Number 2, the rate under Schedule 2, under Schedule 6. I'll give an example. In earlier years, industrial building were being given 2%, 2% as a capital deduction. They were assuming the industrial building will live for 50 years. But now you're at 40%. Hotels were being given 4%, now you're at 40%. So these big capital allowances as per law are the ones which are causing big deduction in the earlier years and leading to taxable losses. Madam Speaker and colleagues, URA every year, where's Katesh? Every year they go to Brussels, where they call World Customs Organization. Madam Speaker, there's a huge book. It has even the price of a pin. Even this bottle is in that book, which means URA must use those World Customs Organization rates to determine the price. Everything is in that book. Why are they getting defeated? As somebody brings a pin for 1,000 and the claim is 5,000. This is the weakness on part of URA. Madam Speaker, and we cannot make a law to promote weaknesses or inefficiencies. Madam Speaker.
By the way, Honorable Nandala used to be in URA also.
And they know
so part of the weaknesses started at that time. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I have a record. I was a teacher.
No, please go ahead.
I was a teacher, and everyone knows I was the best teacher. I taught them to deal with criminals. Madam Speaker, you know, I have even my students in this house, I can show you. Ask Katesh. Back duty and tax investigation should be intensified. Expenses of one business is an income of another business. For example, if you borrowed 10 billion to go and put up a rental building from Stanbic, and it is charging you 20% interest, it means 20% of 10 billion is 2 billion. It will be income of Stanbic, which will be subjected to what? To tax. Am I clear? So I can be making loss here. My expenses are income for another one. And now the Bank of Stanbic is making 20% on my 10 billion. Madam Speaker, there is no loss because the lender will make a profit. I will demonstrate with you members of parliament. Majority of members of parliament borrowed some money to build rental houses. I will give a very simple one. You borrowed 200 million. You bought a quarter an acre for 50 million. You put a building of 150. That was 200 million. It is giving you 1 million shilling per month. That means 12 million per what? Per year. You are paying rental tax. At the end of 20%, you are ending up with 9.6 million per year. The 200 million you borrowed from Post Bank, they are charging you 20%. So 20% times 200, how much is that? So your money you have borrowed is generating 40 million as income to Stanbic, to Post Bank, to whatever. So in short, the money you borrowed, so far already the 200, you are paying 40 million as interest to the other place, which is also being subject to tax. So how long will it take to recover that money? Years for a member of the parliament to recover that investment. If you are 78, add on 20 years, you will be 98. That's when you will start to recover the money. Madam Speaker, you are talking of capping. If supposing a very good man comes up and say, he discovers in the 5th year, they are going to cap. In the 5th year, he makes money. What happens in the 6th year when he goes back to loss? The law is not addressing where people decided to make a profit and they start again going to back a taxable income and starts going back to losses. It was never addressed. So we should not make a be complicated to administer. Madam Speaker and colleagues, we need to tell you that we even made recommendations. And if this committee of mine, with my brother Kivumbi accepted, they would have them. And this is what we stated, Madam Speaker and colleagues. One, let us professionalize URA rather than making a law to promote inefficiency. Two, intensify back duty tax investigations. These are investigations deal with people whom we believe they're invading. And the colleagues, a question was put on URA. Where is an example that you have carried out and discovered that you have made the loss of 240 billion? Up to now, the report has never come. It is just hearsay. It is a rumor. That's what they are bringing. Three, intensify the exchange of information as per the law passed to deal with over-the-border transactions. Colleagues, recently you passed a law to deal with over-the-border. Kenya, what even, and now you can exchange information. Supposing Honorable Muyingo said, I bought this car from Dubai, I bought it $50,000. You are free to even to get information and discover you bought it $100,000. Exchange of what? Information. And we have passed the law. 4, apply section 90 of the Income Tax Act of recharacterizing the characterization of transactions which are not at arm's length. URA is authorized to reclassify if it believes the transaction is not at arm's length. Especially when you talk about multinationals, whereby there is transfer pricing, where there is over-exaggeration of a price, where they are dealing in tax havens. Madam Speaker, we are ready to give URA free knowledge. 5, IFRS should be applied to all traders. Madam Speaker, IFRS means if you bought an item, it becomes to URA immediately, it picks it that you received 1,000 shillings for selling a bottle of soda in the supermarket. Likewise, the one who drank it, if he also has an IFRS, it will be his cost. Is the cost of his expenses. Madam Speaker, lower capital allowance rates and remove the generalized capital allowance as done under section 27 of the income tax. If we remove the schedule 6 of the income tax, we lower from 40 maybe to 5, 30 to 10, 20 to 5. In initial years, you will see companies returning taxable income. 7, look for the sources where the so-called investors are getting funds and applying the best practices, i.e., bag of cement ordinary is not more than 32. Why would somebody claim 40,000? We were just giving you this. We're giving you information. But also, if somebody says I put up a building of 10 billion, you should find out where was his source of income, so that you also determine maybe he had been selling goats and he has not declared the income from selling goats. 8, limit capital allowances to the businesses which give rise to such allowances. Do not apply them to other businesses like the general trading services completed since they are unrelated. What we're trying to say, if you have built a capital investment of an industry or whatever, and you are the one where you're claiming your losses, then you also have another business of selling paper as a trading services or whatever. We don't want you to use those capital allowances to be passed on the business of trading in stationery. This should be only focused like we did in VAT, that each business will have its own VAT dealing, input, output. This should also be applied to capital allowances so that the losses are limited to that business, that section or department, not be transferred to the other. And I would imagine my younger brother Musasizi will take this. In a nutshell, tax losses cannot be taxed. And I want to say here that the Minister of Finance and Planning Economy ill-advised our president. You people, you are misadvising our president. If you continue doing this, we are going to impeach you. We are going to tell the president you have wrong people because this can be done better. Which paragraph? Okay, that one's done. Just don't disturb me. Madam Speaker, is disturbing me. Madam Speaker, I want to deal with exemptions from tax of the income of last financial year, when there was a contentious issue here, I was appointed to go and chair a meeting. A chair meeting under my leadership, the speaker allowed me, and I had the following. One, two accountants who are ministers, my brother Musasizi and my brother Bahati. In that meeting, it was in my own view. I said, let me bring Katesh because he was coming from customs. Having been in that meeting, we agreed that these people are not right. But for purpose of us to move, let us give them 1 year. It is me who came here and convinced you for 1 year. And you set up a select committee where I happen to have been a member. Again, I'm coming here to tell you that this time, you don't give them even 1 week. And I'm going to give my explanation. You took me to school. Yes, you took me to school because I studied in Makere on government money, which is yours. In principle, income tax is imposed on income. This is after making or realization of a profit. In the case of Bujagari hydropower project, it is agreed. Are you listening me to colleagues? It is agreed that the investors will earn a return of investment on investment of 19%. So their income is already determined. It's 19 what? %. If we treat the return as return on investment as an expense, then there will be no profit. Thus, the return takes care of the dividends of shareholders. In reality, what is happening, what would be net profit would equal to return on what? Investment. If you push it up to be treated as an expense, profit will be zero. If the net profit is zero, it is not liable to tax. Are we together? This can be demonstrated as under. Whereas banks stroke financials get interest on loans as per agreements. By agreements, they get interest on loans. Investors get on return on investment, which is 19%. In regard to Bujagari, they are the following: operational and maintenance costs for producing 250 megawatts. And we have been told there is no single day that have even ever produced 200 megawatts. And other variable costs related to power production. Issues to note. We want the power to be at a minimum cost. Then having paid all expenses, we don't need to make more money. Therefore, power should not be for a profit for the government of Uganda. Because that's the role of government of Uganda to produce what? Power. Power production is the responsibility of the government. Therefore, if all players are covered, that means the owners of the money, then it transferred directly to the consolidated what? Fund. Because you have covered everybody, if there's excess, it should be taken to the consolidated what? Fund. Therefore, corporation tax does not arise where there's no profit to be made. After paying off all players, the request for waiver doesn't arise because there's nothing to tax. Madam Speaker and the colleagues, what these people are doing, they get a return on investment, then they get excess, then they pay dividends. Yet the dividend should come from your return on what? Investment. The investors should make a separate application if they want for exemption of return on investment from tax if that be, they need be. This is because in this case, the profit is equal to return on what? investment. We are saying you're 19%, we're giving you gross. If you want, you apply for another, we give you a waiver on your 19%. Otherwise, on 19%, it should be subjected to 15% what? Reduction. Madam Speaker, the rates we have done there, and where I want to demonstrate, he said, we want to show you that everybody is covered. And this is how you covered. 1, return on investment, you are covered. 2, interest plus loan repayment is covered. C, plus operational cost, plus maintenance cost, plus variable cost is equal to cost of what? Power. You don't need to put a profit. These people are adding a profit in that formula, which is dangerous when you have already got a return on what? Investment. And the dividends should not be, if anybody wants dividends from those investors, should get it from their return of what? Investment. So therefore, Madam Speaker, the income tax should be on return on investment, unless the agreement says you will be paid gross. The reason they are coming here, they are saying the 19% is what they should be coming and say, you should be getting withholding what? Tax means of finance to bring here, if you want to exempt them withholding tax on their return of 19%. But otherwise, under normal circumstances, they should pay 15% on that money. Madam Speaker, we have even demonstrated the loss if you gave these people money after getting money. Yes, we have already given them money, and if you allow them, they get more money. And this is what we are going to demonstrate. For the period 2018-2021, the foregone revenue Bujagali Energy Limited amounted to 388.7 billion, and it is illustrated in the table below. 2018, 108, 2019, 100, 2020, 90, 2019, 99. If you converted this to schools, we would have built 3,070 classrooms. If you converted it to secondary schools, we would have built 2,950 classrooms of secondary. If you converted it to health centers, every constituency would have got, this would be 353 constituencies. That of 353 health centers. One group of people having to come and play with us, with some guys in the government, they take away the following: 350 health centers, 2,950 secondary school classrooms blocks, 3,070 primary school class books. This is was of 2022. This is criminal. Given the country is facing challenges in revenue generation, it is prudent that the government acts with fragility and actualize every potential revenue stream to finance service delivery. Recently, the Adoko Committee on Bujagali tax waiver established that even with the government intervention of tax waiver on Bujagali Energy Limited and the refinancing Bujagali plant, the current tariff is of US is still over and above the targeted $5.5% per kilometer. Madam Speaker, the guys in the government discovered that the thing was about to expire, were about to finish. They went and got more loans. To negotiate those loans to get more, we spent $46 million to negotiate loans. Yes, in that report, when we went for negotiation, Chairman, you're not the one. You are mistaken. You're not among you. You just know that we like you, not like you. Sorry. You. So, Mr. Chairman, Madam Speaker, and honorable members, this led to a huge problem, and these domestic issues are the biggest issues which we have had in this country. We have domestic, commercial, medium, large, extra large, street lights. You want more problems there for yourself. Huh? So the number of customers is equal to 1,657, and the tariffs are there, Madam Speaker. They are all on increment every year. Madam Speaker, on top of the above foregone income tax loss, tax revenue waiver, the Committee on Bujagali waiver discovered a lot of theft and recommended, among others, the following. I know the chairman read it recommended that the money they got in excess of $342 million should be returned. You never read that. Why did you fear to read the dollars? $342 million should be returned. It recommended that Bujagali was found liable for not declaring the provisional competent tax on purported income amounting to $63 million. On this, URA was directed to recover the taxes prior to exemption. Madam Speaker and honorable members, between 2006, I think 6 or 7, to 2012, before the plant was operationalized, they computed what we call notional interest. Notional interest. And they added on their investment. If you create notional interest and add it and it becomes your income and a capital, then you should also compute tax on the notional what? Interest. And that one, they never did it. And there are guys in the government who closed their eyes and allowed it to go. Madam Speaker, claiming interest during the time of construction, yet they never paid the taxes on interest at 15%. Bujagali has already violated the agreement when it started to withdraw the capital investment, which is not in the agreement. The agreement never allowed it to withdraw capital investments. Over the period, they have withdrawn capital investment. I'm sure Chairman Katesha was very clear on that. To date, Madam Speaker, they have not complied. This is a clear contempt on the side of Bujagali and the executive. Parliament cannot keep passing financial resolutions and ignored by the executive. Again, here they lied the president that the committee is still investigating. You see the letter of the president, he said the committee is still what? Investigating. Mr. President, if you are listening, they lied to you.
Honorable members, it is not the committee that is investigating, it is the Auditor General that is doing forensic audit.
So we want to tell the president.
And it is this house that gave the Auditor General powers to go and do a forensic audit. Okay?
But Madam Speaker, the Auditor General will work and we want to give him time. And in that context, Madam Speaker, whatever will be found out, Uganda is not closing tomorrow. If we have refused to give them any—
I was correcting what you're saying, that is a lie.
Okay, Madam Speaker, you're right.
The Speaker is always right.
But Madam Speaker, today you make sure that I was on a chairman of the Oko committee. No, you were wrong on that one.
Chairman BCU. Okay, Chairman BCU, you ready?
Madam Speaker,
Chairman BCU.
I want to seek the indulgence of my minister. For us, there's this.
So can we finish? Can we finish?
Okay, they have allowed me to finish. Madam Speaker, the next one is taxation of unit trust or collective investment schemes. The president returned the income tax bill on the pretext that the unit trust should be reinstated in the definition of a company. That if removed, the unit trust will not be taxed and there will be ambiguity in the law. The government itself withdrew the provision that had created the taxation of the collective investment schemes that had been introduced in this very bill. Government was very clear on its position and they decided not to tax collective investment schemes. They are the ones who withdrew it. So from the submission of my colleague, I want to draw your attention to the fact that collective investment schemes have become the biggest vehicle for mobilizing savings and investing in this country. Those little boxes you see in the villages of women, those are called the collective units, if you are not aware. The one where you go and eat a lot of food when you are collecting. I want members to note that even in the pension scheme, invest most of its money in the schemes, like schemes. Members may not be aware that when we are talking about the schemes, we are talking about the investment area where everybody is now channeling their money to allow it to grow. The retirement funds, insurance companies, banks, investment clubs, everyone is investing in these schemes Our pension money is mostly being placed in these schemes, amongst others. Now we may be okay with having this money tax. However, we have quickly forgotten that for a long time, we have been trying to drive at a financial inclusion and mobilizing savings for Uganda. This has given us the best result that has prompted many persons, even the lowest in society, to save and invest with the lowest possible amount, 100,000, at which point and at any time without any demand on when to do the saving. That's why even the women save 5,000 per weekend. I want to draw a distinction from schemes with all other possible investment vehicles. I will start with SACCOs, which have been emphasized at the grassroots, and SACCOs are mobilizing savings. However, for persons to access their money, they can only do it through borrowing at a given interest rate, or have a round robin sort of receiving money, which, when members are many, can take it can take more than 1 year to qualify to access the money. Insurance, as you appreciate it, is a more expensive way of investing, where one has to make monthly contributions and can only access their funds after a given time. Investing in government securities, one needs a premium amount to be able to invest in them. Even through the impression is that you can invest as low as 100,000. In fact, the premium tends to start at 10 million, which is too high. Otherwise, we can agree, and we can agree to have proven we can agree over these schemes. The collective investment schemes have proven to be the best and most genuine way for the lowest earners to save and invest some money as and when they can. There are no tight timelines for the money to be accessed. The savers also have an opportunity to access their money within 2 to 5 days of requesting for the funds. It's like a parliamentary circle. Also, the schemes are very strict on where the money can be invested. I invite members to look at the unit trust regulation, which spell out where the money can be invested. I'll use the example of our scheme. Our investment policy statement clearly spells out where our money can be invested based on the categories allowed by the law. So even where the law allows the scheme to place money somewhere, if our policy statement states that that particular investment has to be less, then the policy statement has to be respected. The scheme cannot deploy more than the policy allows it to. This shows how strict the investment limits are under the scheme. In fact, if they invest more than they are allowed to, or in any venture not provided for under the regulation, their licenses can be suspended or revoked. They are very transparent and heavily regulated. It's no wonder they have only 4 or 5. There are only 4 or 5 in the whole country. Our recommendation, our humble prayer therefore, is that collective investment schemes should not be taxed. If the division of companies left as it is, then we will have created an avenue for them to be taxed, and then we will fail. An industry which has demonstrated that it can actually transform our population, since it gives everyone an opportunity to save and invest in the best way possible. Just like we gave mobile money an opportunity to thrive and grow because of financial inclusion, and each of it reached it hard. We need to grant the same grace to the collective investment schemes. Madam Speaker and the colleagues, imposition of tax of non-resident providing digital services. The President indicated in his letter that clause 16 of the bill, which proposed the introduction of tax on investment income by non-resident persons from the provision of digital services in Uganda, was rejected by Parliament. He stated that the clause related to non-residents are not residents in Uganda. Since it does not relate to residents in Uganda, as was mistakenly stated in the minority bill, it should be restated. In response, we wish to state that the present miscruised that one. Our position has demonstrated in the minority paper, minority report. Our position is that I want to find out those who are not sleeping. Our position is that the imposition of tax on digital services providers, whether resident or non-resident, will have a ripple effect on the citizens, whereby prices for internet will certainly be increased to mark up the imposed tax, thus retarding our technological advancement. To make matters worse, the Minister of Finance did not find any study to show how the tax will affect the local consumers. In the alternative, Honorable Mr. Listen, we propose that a lower tax rate of 2% be imposed pending further studies on the effect of this tax on the country's technological advancement. Colleagues, I beg, submit.
Honorable Nathan, I wanted a clarification. Did you say that the unit trusts are the same as the circles?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Unit trust, if you want to demonstrate, is like that village box where members bring money and put in, and they are the ones they give to each other. How they do it?
Yes.
So
okay.
they are more or less like those circles.
Okay. Now, secondly, under which law are those circles regulated? Those village things there. Under which law?
Madam Speaker, under the boxes law. But what
No,
I
want us to be serious.
Yes, but I'm going to be serious, Madam Speaker. You see,
You know, the circles are regulated under UMRA. The unit trust are regulated under the capital markets. Okay? So let's not mix these two things.
Information, Right Honorable Speaker.
Where is the information?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Unit trusts, these are collective investment schemes that, in simple terms, where pension money is invested for returns, and even small, without limit, small investments where you can put your money and get returns on the investments that you have done. And this one is regulated under Collective Investment Schemes Act, and the regulations are here. Right Honorable Speaker, it is very clear that where you are supposed to invest this is known. So as long as we define unit trust as a company, URA will ask all those investment managers to hold the tax for tax. Then that means you are taxing these small investments, collective investments, which is not fair. And Right Honorable Speaker, I have evidence here that in 2021, URA was very aware that unit trust is collective investments. Small money is really that they invest and get a return on it. Wrote to Britam, fund managers, and Sanram to hold tax, correct tax on these small investments. So Right Honorable Speaker, as long as we define unit trust as a company, then tax will be put on these small collective investments, including our small percentage that we invest in unit trust for return on our pension schemes. Thank you so much.
When you look at the issue of unit trust, what they offer quick access to funds, that's liquidity, diversification of investments, excellent results on what is being invested. They offer excellent expert decision making. There are flexible and affordable investments. They are used as cash withdrawals. Easily, you can easily withdraw cash from there. And then they have professional investment input. Those are the unit trusts that we are talking about. Not the other one of my grandmother with the Nathan of a box in our village. You know, we come from the same village with Nathan. So I am just telling you that unit trusts are licensed by the Capital Markets Authority of Uganda under the Collective Investment Scheme Act of 2003. An independent trustee who is registered holder of the scheme underlying assets, where it shows you the specific investments that you're in, it shows you the structures that of the people that are involved in it. It defines the membership. It is also governed. The rules are governed under URSBS.
You are right.
I was only making a correction. I'm not debating.
No, you're right. You see, the village one, by the way, they should also be registered as unit trust. And what the chairman of the pension has raised, Madam Speaker, let me give you a simple example. I will demonstrate this so that you understand. Take an example of farmers. Each farmer brings 10 kilos of coffee. Let me give an example. 10 kilos of what? Coffee. There are 1,000 farmers. That means that will be 10,000 kilograms of what? Coffee. At 12,000, that is about over 120 million, 12 million. Under the Withholding Tax Act, it means anything above $1 million will be subjected to what? To withholding tax. But the true story is that each farmer is getting less than 100,000. And at the moment you are getting less than 100,000, you are not supposed to be subjected to withholding what? Tax. Now, this collective one, because they have yes.
Madam Chair, I want Honorable Nathan to really clear my mind. Because unity trust, treasury bills, and bonds are all used to mobilize money and then invest. When you talk in treasury bills and bonds, there's withholding tax. Unity trust, like Old Mission and so forth, there's no withholding tax. But they are mobilizing funds in the market. The managers of the funds and the trustees are making profit as much as they give return on investment of 11%. If you invest 1 billion in a 10-year bond, you'll get more money in more than what you get in the unity trust. And it is online, Madam Speaker. Unity trust investment like Old Mission, UPA, their returns on investment, the dividend they share is online. The treasury bill, the bonds are all online. If you calculate, so why is income from this trust and fund managers, but getting income from the treasury bills and bonds? Why is it happening? And why do you support the unity trust to continue? And most of these unity trust fund managers are foreign owned. But Bank of Uganda, when you invest here, we mobilize funds.
Information.
Yes.
Thank you.
By the way, the unit trust
Thank you.
is tax exempt.
Yes, this is what I wanted to say. Madam Speaker, exactly this is what I wanted to say. That the issue at hand, we are now beginning to divert into to mix unit trust with collective investment schemes. The issue for determination is whether we should tax collective investment schemes. And the answer is that under Section 21, 1T of the Income Tax Act, I can read. This Section 21 defines exempt income. And under 1T, it defines income of a collective investment scheme to the extent of which the income is distributed to participants in the collective investment scheme. This means even when we define a unit trust and don't go further to amend this, still the collective investment schemes will be tax exempt. And that is the issue we withdrew. I saw it from the onset because I represent Ministry of Finance in the parliamentary pension scheme, and we invest in collective investment schemes. I saw it from the onset and I withdrew it before I brought the bill here for consideration.
Can I find out something? If we have our investment in the unit trust without withdrawing it, you don't tax. But if you say you're withdrawing, that's when it is taxed.
Madam Speaker, you have raised it well, because you have said unit trusts, the income, and also wanted to correct my brother.
Just a minute, here it says the income tax exempts income on a unit trust scheme to the extent that such income distributed to the unit holders, who typically would be you and I, would buy units in the scheme. That's what it says.
Madam Speaker, that's why again, that's why you're saying, if you go to YY, triple Y, it defines the unit trust. It means interest registered or required to be registered as Parliament may be by law prescribed. Now here, which the minister has read, if he is withdrawing it, then he's briefing everybody, unless he say we are restating as it is in the original what? Law. No, listen to me first. You know what it is.
That's what he's saying.
First of all, Madam Speaker, he withdrew the provision.
From where?
The bill. He withdrew it in the bill, first bill. And when he withdrew it, he never dealt with the definition. That's the problem, is coming from the definition. And when I want to answer my brother,
first get information from.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I think we need to understand that when you invest money in a unit, in the money market, you give, let's say, $1 billion to the fund manager. He's going to invest this money according to his way of thinking or where he thinks he's going to get the best returns. When he gets the returns, a certain percentage of his returns is what he distributes back to the fund, those who have contributed to the fund. What he retains is what the other wants to tax. What he distributes is not going to be taxed. So we should differentiate the two. What is retained is what the other is targeting. What goes to the fund, the scheme holders, or the unit holders, is tax exempt as per the section the minister read. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Colleagues, even in the current law, let me read for you. I'm going to help you in the tax. Madam Speaker, income of a collective investment, to the extent of which the income is distributed to participants in the collective investment scheme, the income which relates to the owners is exempt.
Yes.
And that's what we're saying. Now, what you are raising, those ones, if the URA has not been taxing them, because that is their income, as maybe if I'm an employee, I've been paid 1 million shilling, I should be subjected to pay under what? Pay as you earn. So, Madam Speaker, what I wanted to finally answer my brother Geoffrey is that I can't remember, and I think the minister will help me, treasury bills and the treasury bonds, the day you started withholding tax on interest. Because I am aware treasury bills and the bonds, I'm like about is here, are exempt.
Honorable, yes, Jonah.
Madam Speaker, I'm seeking procedural guidance on this matter. When the chairman presented the first report, he justified it that because the long title, which describes the intention of the law, did not capture, and therefore he justified, and we admitted it, we accepted it. I have the copy of the bill, the original bill here. and I can read the long title. When I read the long title, I want the people who are proposing this tax relate to me where in the long title we can see what you are discussing about unit trust. It says, an act to amend the Income Tax Act Cap 340 to streamline the imposition of capital gains tax on the purchase of assets, to expand the exceptions to the provisions for limiting interest deduction to microfinance deposit-taking institutions and Tier 4, and to provide for reinsurance. When you go down to the provisions of the bill, the definition clarifies on something that you have in the bill. So the chair proposed here and said that when they looked at the definition of the company, the unit trust was brought in because there were subsequent provisions in the bill talking about collective investment scheme and unit trust. When the chairman withdrew those several provisions, it therefore amended and collapsed the definition of the company. So why are we now bringing it? Because in the...
There is information here. First get this information.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. We are here because the ministry had rushed some amendment to deal with the unit trust. And on realizing that it was not tenable, they withdrew. But in the process of hearing stakeholders, the committee then made a consequential amendment to the definition of a company to exclude unit trust because they were trying to deal with the problem that had been raised. So if the bill was withdrawn, then we should remain on the status quo that we had and disregard the consequential amendment. Because, Madam Speaker, it is bringing a lot of now confusion and worry for nothing. The section under exempt income, what people are worried about is that the proceeds from these investment schemes to members are exempt and they will remain exempt. So we are actually worried for nothing. We should disregard this amendment and remain on the status quo we had because this was a consequential amendment for the bill that was withdrawn. So I think that should clear the air, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, my brother has made it even worse because, and these are my reasons, and I explained, when a law is brought into this house, all the intentions of that law is captured in the long title. If you want to deal with the, say, rental income, you will describe it in the long title, and you cannot bring a tax, for example, on cars, on vehicles, even if that is your intention. So for me, what I'm saying is, it appears I understand that government wants to tax unit trust. Go back if you want to do that. By bringing it as a company. Yes.
It doesn't want to tax it. It doesn't. But since we gave a disclaimer at the beginning that today is the last time you're messing up with whatever you're doing, it is just today. Can I have faith? Yes, but they don't want to tax.
No. The moment we excluded, all companies are taxed, not so. No, let me start with that. No, let me finish. Let me finish. I'll give you clarification because I'm asking you. So when
you listen to Jonathan.
Yes. The laws we have provided in the country is that once you call yourself a company, you are liable to pay tax. Now, if you bring the definition of the company and you modify and say, including a unit trust, by extension, you have now made a unit trust a company, which is liable to taxation. And if that is the intention of government, for me, I'm just saying, go back and bring income tax amendment number 3 and specify in the long title that intention. Then this house will process and help you. But what they are doing now is to hoodwink the house and smuggle it, a procedure which is alien to our rules of procedure. And the chairman already justified it here. We have a precedent that if you bring something foreign to the long title, we reject. We did that when we amended the tax procedures code. So that's what I wanted to raise as a matter of procedure so that the House can then move straight. We cannot stop you from doing what you want, but bring it under a specific law and we can then deal with it.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to invite the House to this. The current law defines unit trust. In the definition, the current act defines it. What happened, we erroneously targeted a wrong section of the law. Our objective was to protect the collective investment schemes from income tax, which we achieved. But in the process, we also deleted the definition of unit trust, which exists in the current law. What we are seeking now is just simple. Reinstate. And I want to invite the House to think through this. As the law as it is now, the unit trusts, the collective investment schemes are exempt. And once we reinstate, still the status quo will remain. As simple as that. Thank you.
Faith.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On the collective investment schemes, I will not comment because it is already exempt. We don't want to tax collective investment schemes. I will comment on the other issues that were raised by the minority team. I will raise on the issue of tax losses. Right Honorable Speaker, this House needs to be given information on the issue of carry forward tax losses. Is it true, Right Honorable Speaker? The
debate is open.
We have given.
Pardon? The person is a what?
We have given many exemptions, Right Honorable Speaker. We have given many exemptions to companies.
Members, just a minute. Faith, you a member?
Right Honorable Speaker, I am giving information to guide the House so that as they debate, they will have the information.
Honorable members, our rules are very clear. It's only when we go to committee stage, then you can give me your submission. A motion from honorable members.
Madam Speaker.
I wish I was you who would go and look at these things clause by clause.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the House moves to committee stage in order to consider this matter clause by clause. I beg to move.
Is it seconded? Seconded by ED, by Banda, by Awogon, even Amero, even Linda, Achuti, by Emmanuel, by Sebamala, Esther, Giovannis, Angura, Enos, Max, Jane, Bunyoro. I'm not going to say all. By Mbabasi, by Avori, by Komakech, by Enaje, by Karamoja, and then by public service. Mpindi, Ferigo, Nathan, Loy. Thank you. You want to debate the motion?
Madam Speaker.
The motion has been seconded.
Yeah.
Yes, you can debate.
Madam Speaker, I want to persuade the House not to accept the motion moved by my brother Ekanya. The importance of debate is to persuade. It forms the foundation when you go to the committee stage, is to listen to from both sides, and where possible, people can submit and concede. If you miss the opportunity to have debate and understand, you risk passing a law, which law will become problematic in implementation. You will even be asked, your constituents who are doing, will even ask you and you cannot defend. So for that purpose, I want to move that we debate, and after a thorough debate, when we now go to the committee stage, it actually may even be the issues we have dealt with, it can pass. Otherwise, when we go to committee stage, Madam Speaker, you must then give us assurance that you'll allow debate, and you know what you know what debate means.
I will allow you. Jonathan, that one you can have my word. Okay? Thank you. Honorable members. Okay, ma. As you heard before, the quorum is there. He put a question that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President in accordance with Article 91(3) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Rule 142 of the Rules of Procedure be considered by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President, Bills Committee stage. Clause 2.
Clause 2, Chair.
Honorable Chair, we propose that clause 2 be amended by deleting paragraph A, justification to retain the unit trust in the definition of a company.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, our argument is that a unit trust cannot be a company. That's what we have said. And if we say that a unit trust cannot be a company, then we should amend to reinstate the definition of the unit trust as originally YY stated in our Income Tax Act. And YY said the following. A unit trust, Madam Speaker, it is under interpretation. It says, a unit trust means a trust registered or required to be registered as Parliament may be by law prescribed. And that's what it is, which was in the initial place. And if we do that, then we should also maintain, we should reinstate under section 21 T, which talks about that the tax should not be applied to the extent of what is distributed to the members.
Honorable Minister, let's first get from.
Madam Chair, our prayer and our position is that the status quo prior to introducing these bills is maintained. So I would like to invite Honorable, because he is a senior to me in the profession and is my chairman of the small association of accountants in this parliament. I want to agree with him. So let's see what works to maintain the status quo.
Madam Speaker,
Clarification.
on that one, I agree with him.
So you're going with what the committee has proposed. You're going with what the committee has proposed.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Chair, I propose that we stand over that clause to allow proper drafting.
Honorable members, the two have agreed that we retain what is in the Principal Act. I put a question that that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Clause 4.
Madam Chair, clause 4 looks at amendment of section 21 of the Principal Act. And we propose that a paragraph be inserted by constituting for the amendment to increase the year from the year 2023 to 2024. Justification to help to extend the exclusion of income of Ujagari hydropower project from tax for 1 year. Which clause?
Honorable members, I want them to give us a justification as to why they want us to increase. You want to proceed here? Okay, let's first hear from Jonathan. But I remember we are the ones who sent that report for an audit. And I can comfortably tell you that the audit has not even concluded. It only started yesterday.
Madam Speaker, my procedure is anchored on points of law, and I would like you to pay attention and help us. When the bill was brought here, there was no clause related to exemption of Bujagali. In fact, even in the long title, it had nothing to do with exemptions. So by attempting to smuggle, to bring something that was not even subject of the law that we passed here, we are violating our own rules, and it ought not to be so. If the intention of the government, again, is that you want to do an exemption, then you should bring a fresh bill specifically for that purpose. Because what we have, what we process, even what we send to the president does not have anything to do with exemption of Bujagali. And that is why I'm raising it, Madam Speaker, to you specifically, that we should not entertain it at this stage. There is even no basis to have discussion over it at this stage because it does not relate at all. Even
Honorable, yes,
Madam Chair, I want to give information that the exemptions were laid before this house last week. So to assert that Parliament doesn't have the exemption request by government, it is wrong. What we can do, Madam Chair,
just a minute, Honorable Edie. Honorable Jonathan, what happened when we received this letter on 26th? It was laid on table. But since it was laid on table and Bujagale was a new item in the returned letter, the minister was requested to make an amendment to the bill that was existing, which the minister now presented to the House, to the best of my knowledge. So you can continue.
Madam Chair.
First hear from them then.
Madam Chair, on the same issue, we have been really very perturbed by the fact that Parliament has been complaining about government not implementing parliamentary resolutions. This Parliament made a resolution to the effect that Bujagali be audited, and that government is just beginning the process of implementing the resolution. It cannot be the very Parliament to block government again and going ahead with auditing the Bujagali. So I want to support the idea that exemptions be waived, the waiver be effected on Bujagali as government continues with the auditing.
By the way, we are not blocking the audit. For me, my only complaint with the audit is one. We asked Auditor General to do a forensic audit. That was 1 year back. To my surprise, I only saw the letter a week back in my office. And the reason that Auditor General gives is that they didn't have money. And I was asking them, how do we handle this process? They said they did not have money, and actually they wanted us to finance that process, since we are the ones who have asked for a forensic audit. That is what happened. And we cannot leave a vacuum. We cannot leave a vacuum.
Right, Honorable Chair. Right, Honorable Chair.
Yes.
With me,
yeah,
with me is a report. And I don't know where my friends will find difficult. With me is a report, which I think you chaired, and it was adopted. This is what Parliament concluded, which answers all ED's queries and others. This is the report, and I'm reading the last paragraph. Therefore, the committee strongly calls upon government to compel, calls upon Parliament to compel the government to renegotiate with the Bujagali Energy Limited the terms in the PPA before, and not chair, before deciding to extend the tax waiver. You get the report. This is what Parliament reported. This is the conclusion of the report. And Parliament adopted this report. And for matters of consistency, this is the report we adopted. I may repeat. Therefore, the committee strongly calls upon Parliament to compel the government to renegotiate with the Bujagali Energy Limited the terms in the PPA before deciding to extend the waiver. Therefore, if people want to adopt the position of Parliament as adopted in the report, we said before we consider anything to do report. And it is signed by Mr. Kateshi, signed by Nyakut, signed by a couple of people. This is what you signed for.
Yes.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, I wish to thank you. I participated in that report, but I acknowledge that when we recommend a negotiation, it doesn't happen like lightning. It is a process. When we recommend a forensic audit, it's not done on one item. It's done, a forensic means investigating everything. And so we should allow time for that which we recommended to be done.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I chaired this committee and I know that we did a very good job. And I have absolutely no doubt that our findings are clearly stated. My disappointment is that the process of undertaking, of implementing the recommendation has not taken place as we expected. However, Right Honorable Speaker, Chair, what my colleague Honorable Chivumbi is raising issues of our recommendation in the report, but we had a debate here, and I think the Hansard captures the additional recommendations this House made, including a forensic audit. Chair, what I would seek your indulgence, Chair, is that you ask the government to update us on the progress they have made on this recommendation as a precondition for the extension they are requesting. I think if we get that information on how far they have gone in implementing the recommendation, then we would be able to deal with the request.
Ekanya, I'm coming back to you.
Madam Chair, it's very unfortunate that this spirit of Karuma and of Bujagal is here. 2007, we were in the same situation in the 7th Parliament, when myself, Honorable Nandala, AES Nile Power had a similar situation. Parliament stopped the project, and that's how government came up with the Agakan and Bujagali. The discussion, if we don't handle it today, Madam Chair and members, is going to create contingent liability and form part of the domestic debt. We need government to be given marching order. 1 year strictly, all ministers resign. Because if we don't, in the 7th Parliament, because this same Parliament created crisis, government ended up by establishing thermal project you see in this country, which has drained a lot of money. Madam Chair and colleagues, we need to give marching order to Honorable Musasizi. If he doesn't complete it within the period required to negotiate this contract, we censure him.
Honorable members, not Honorable Musasizi, but the Minister of Finance, Attorney General, NIJ. It's a multi-sectoral approach.
Agreed, Madam Chair. Yes. All those people.
Yes.
Right about Chair, what disturbs me is the fact that this is a tax bill. And a bill of this nature should not be delayed because it has a connotation on revenues. I'm talking from the real point of view. But now my challenge here, honorable ministers, the fact that you have not done the negotiations to date, are we going to keep this question hanging forever? So we are really disturbed. What is it that we are going to do? Because we will say, maybe let's go back to the status quo. But let us check what is the status quo talking about. But also, right, Honorable Speaker, we need to dig deep down the Hansard to see what this House resolved in detail, including the issue of the long title of this bill. Whether these issues that we're talking about were captured in the long title. Because the law is very clear. You cannot introduce a new matter. That is a matter that was raised by Honorable Jonathan here. You cannot introduce a new matter which was not captured in the bill. Most of it was not in the long title.
That is dangerous. That is a criminal. The committee will need even to apologize to the House. That is dangerous. So we need to go to the Hansard.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Loeb, I want to request that before you speak, I could get an update from Energy. We may be grumbling here when the Energy. Let's first get an update from Energy, because the person responsible is here quiet. You don't fear even your in-law. This one doesn't fear his in-law.
Madam Chair, we submitted progress of work to the committee and was actually presented by the chair. And to answer specifically what he raised, Honorable Ekanya raised, a committee has been constituted for negotiations consisting of the ministries that you have pointed out: Attorney General, Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Energy. So work, depending on the outcome of what you prescribed, forensic audit, all those things which you prescribed, progress has been done. So we are preparing for the negotiations once the processes which this parliament prescribed and we owned.
At what stage are you in?
We are, first of all, audit. Audit. We have actually assigned Auditor General to do it. That's how the bill has been presented to Parliament. Number two, we have actually started the audit of the taxes, which this House said URA should audit. Number three, we have actually constituted a team comprising of those ministries to actually own the outcome of the processes which were prescribed by this House. Honorable Chair, I wish to submit.
The clarification I want to ask you, the minister. You, Mr. Minister, sir, what are you negotiating? That's number one. Two, if everybody has been taken care of, who is taking the excess from, you see, from this formula? Who is taking the excess? In that formula, you are not paying government of Uganda dividend. You have refused to give them their return on income. In that formula, you are making excess, which you are subjecting it to dividends. Are you getting it? At the same time, the same people are getting a return on what? Investment of 19%. Yes, yes, give me my brother.
Thank you, Honorable Mandela Mafabi. Chair, I just wanted to continue from where Honorable Mandela Mafabi. The findings of the ad hoc committee were adopted by Parliament. The next position is, in order to certify or qualify those figures, there should be an institution that is mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, and that is the Office of the Auditor General. No negotiation whatsoever can start with the findings that you have before the Office of the Auditor General has come up conclusively with these figures to certify. That's the reason, even with issues of domestic carriers, we normally fail to get a position until we have taken to the Office of the Auditor General to come up with a certified and qualified opinion that we shall rely, because that's the institution we have mandated by the Constitution. So therefore, that process of negotiation will only do upon conclusion of the audit, which is starting. But I also wanted to tell this House that there is no way we can hurry this. The process of auditing will take something close to possibly 6 months, and then the report will be issued, and then then the negotiations can start. So what am I saying? There's no way we can argue this like Honorable Nandala Mafabi said that Uganda can't stop tomorrow. Surely Uganda can't stop tomorrow. What we are saying is, let's conclude this, which is a prerequisite. Then later, we go with the negotiation and we come with a position which will be brought to this house. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, industrialization.
Before the minister comes, you are the people here putting up in this quandary. Listen first, Honourable Minister, because we have been at this. First of all, right, Honourable Speaker, the contest, sometimes we haggle when there's nobody to defeat. We're arguing as if there's somebody to defeat. And initially, when you sanctioned the Bujagali inquest, the thinking was that the House was in a consensus to do good. And the intent of Parliament was to ensure that government raises revenue to facilitate government business. And now, as things turn out, it does seem like the government is content in failing to raise own revenue. You know, initially, right on Chair, the request was 5 years. They have so far run one. So they decided to get the 5 years in a piecemeal, tactfully. Okay? Yeah, so they have run down the first one. So they are back in a piecemeal to smartly and cleverly get the 5 years in a piecemeal. And we can see it really. It's a no-brainer to tell that they are really invested in getting 5 years in a piecemeal. And you see, for me, the problem as a leader in this house and the Ugandan is that when are we going to make amends when eventually the audit is made? Some of the recommendations of the South Sudan Speaker were expressed that URA does go and correct excess, corrections. We have not gotten a report whether URA actually recovered, and there was no contest as to the recovery of that money in the immediacy. We have no report. And the Minister of Finance, who supervises URA, is content on ensuring URA doesn't collect this money. While we can agree to the submissions of the Minister of Energy that they are in the process, which tense he is using does not exist in English, because I don't know which tense he was using. But some of the recommendations were in the immediacy. So we'll finance report on how far URA you supervise has gone in collecting the money we instructed to be collected in the immediacy. Oh, no. The law is very clear. Under the arrangement in which the terms of the concession are made, you said there were violations. That was money should have collected yesterday. Because we are not intending collecting it, you did not collect it. So the recommendations were very clear, the instructions are very clear to collect in the immediacy. There was no need for a new law. It was money owed to the Ugandan government and was not collected. And the minister is telling us in a tense, I don't know, that they are in the process. So, right, Honourable Speaker, these are the issues that are causing members ulcers, the commitment of government. One, to work on parliamentary recommendations, but also to understand whether that import of Bujagali into the returned bill by the president is something that our rules clearly express, and I think the speaker needs to guide the House clearly on the rule, so that we can understand that the concerns of the Honorable Jonathan are not being swept under the carpet.
Yes.
On introducing a new matter, which was not in the long title of the bill. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank my little son, Jonathan. Jonathan, for being a very critical person, and he believes in particulars to detail. Jonathan, we must thank you for that, because if we don't have such a person in the House, at least he's not an extremist, but at least he guides the House. Honorable members, when you look at Rule 143, bills returned by the President, where a bill passed by the House is returned to the House by the President with the request that the House reconsiders the bill or a particular provision of it or any such amendments as are recommended in his or her request. The Speaker shall read the request of the President. Or if the House is not in session, direct that message to be publicized, to be published in the Gazette. My emphasis is on any such amendments are recommended in his or her request, the Speaker shall. Just up to there. Honorable members, as the leader of opposition said, we are getting ulcers. Don't get ulcers. You have families beyond this house. Don't be stressed over something that, much as we have a country to save, but we must take some risks. I know, I see how Nathan is looking at me. But what we need to do, let's give these people 6 months to present the report on this floor. I am telling you, I just signed the document on Friday. That's when it was brought to my office. Let's give this for 6 months to present the report to this house and the changes that have been made. Remember, the contract is supposed to be renegotiated. And we have a number of those agreements, those contracts that are really so bad. It's like a spoiled marriage. Going into a relationship and you see things are not working out. That is what is happening. That's why you're asking for DNA. Honorable Nathan, stop looking at me. Honorable members, I want to make a special plea. Special plea that we give Minister of Energy the last chance. I am saying a special plea with humility that we give them in 6 months, we need a report on this floor, and we give you an extension of 1 year. Short of that, you heard what they said, you should be censured. Are you not, you are not, you first give my.
See, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, when we vote for you, we see the wisdom already, and you've guided well. I don't want to argue about it. Really, it is only prudent that we give time for this process to take place. The situation has been because of money. That is the claim. We got that report even in a park. The Auditor General does not have what? Money. There's no way we can skip that process. It is natural. And therefore, I want to agree with you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Esther, you'll come, Haj.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I share the same view with you, even if I was part of the ad hoc committee. The last opinion we had that they did not need or deserve any extension. But honorable members, for purposes of time and doing exhaustive work, I think a year is not too much. We shall request that the next time Ministry of Energy comes with another excuse, they come along with their resignation letters so that we work on them appropriately.
Thank you, Honorable Goli.
Thank you, Chair. I fully agree with your proposal, mainly because, one, the eloquent presentation by my brother Nathan, Honorable Nathan, would help in the determination of what should be done by the Auditor General. I'm sure he would buttress and use that information so that
we can make conclusions. But more importantly, if we do not do this and the prices of energy goes up, we are going to suffer. We will become less competitive in this market. So it will be a challenge. I appeal that we consider, one, the overall impact of high prices of energy, which is very key for competitiveness. Thank you.
Alex. Honorable members.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Chair, I want to thank you. I've been here for quite some time. I've never seen you in that kind of mode. That means the point is very, very big. That means you really mean what you are saying by appealing to the House to see it the way you are seeing it. I want to thank you so much. I want to thank you for that guidance. But nonetheless, I want to say, Bujagali has been on it. We've been on Bujagali for quite some time now. Since I think the 7th Parliament, like those of you who are here, I wasn't here by that time. But I also know that Bujagali as an issue was raised at the highest level of one of the best universities in the world, that is Harvard, for a whole 2 weeks. It was discussed, debated, and an exam was set for to churn out the best arguments for and against Bujagali. I have also seen the principal talk about Bujagali over and over again, about the 6th and 7th Parliament and the problems it caused. I wouldn't like to be part of that history myself. If these 6 months can save this country, further bleeding, so be it. The world is not ending today, honorable colleagues. Even, by the way, they might even ask for a year, let me tell you. A year is just nothing. Tomorrow they will still come again. I know what we have gone through with energy. It's good to have people like Nathan Nandara, honorable, very well informed. Those of you who have not met him in the Public Accounts Committee, you miss him a lot. I don't know, but I think we should use that kind of resource. Katesh, Nathan, the chairperson, finance, very resourceful, and with our right honorable speaker. Let's look at these 4 or 5 wonderful members of this house to ensure that come next year, honorable colleagues, we put our feet down. Let nobody again misunderstand us. Hopefully, I'm saying this on record. I hope nobody misunderstands us at that time. Let what the right honorable speaker has guided be taken in that kind of spirit, and we hope the front bench will take heed. I want to thank you, right honorable speaker.
Thank you so much, Alex. Honorable members, first seat. I have never begged you people. I only made a request today because I know this is a total burden to the country. And I have not put that question for a debate. I have heard the compliments from you members. Let's give these people this 1 year, and they will come back, and we'll hold these people accountable. Unless tomorrow they change the fishermen and fisherwomen. But we'll still go for the people responsible. I put a question at clause 4, be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4 as amended.
I put a question at clause 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
New clause.
Madam Chair, under clause 7, we propose amendment of section 38 of the Principal Act, and section 38 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting immediately after subsection 5 the following: that 5A, notwithstanding the provisions of this section, the taxpayer who after a period of 5 years of income carries forward assessed losses shall only be allowed a deduction of 50% of the loss carried forward at the beginning of the following year of income in determining the taxpayer's chargeable income in the subsequent years of income. I beg to move.
Nathan?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have made our case very clear. And this again, we're going to state it. It has been here for many years. Some colleagues have been saying that this thing was in Kenya. I want to tell you that the recent amendment of the Finance Act of Kenya removed the issue of capping losses. Madam Speaker, losses is a genuine expense. It comes because of capital allowances. We have recommended that Ministry of Finance should look at their capital allowance, the generous capital allowances they are giving. They will address the issue of carry forwards. But you cannot make a law to cap somebody who has invested the 20 billion shilling, that if you have not got it in 5 years, you are given again a half of the 5 years to get to carry half of what you have got. It's quite dangerous. First of all, it is going to bring people a disincentive to invest. Nobody will want to what? To invest. And we have clearly explained that my expenses as an investor who is making capital losses, the tax losses, is income for another business. Madam Speaker, it will be good for this country that we promote investment, we promote business. And I would say with this one, we should reject it totally because we have done it for the last 5 years. Last 5 years. And finally, Madam Speaker, I wanted to conclude. Madam Speaker, I wanted to conclude that we have given methods how URA can get genuine people. And that's why we have been every year funding Uganda Revenue Authority to deal with professionalism. And we should not make a law to promote inefficiency. So, Madam Speaker, I want to ask the whole House that carrying out tax losses and assessing them, then we should make a law which we call loss tax. That means you are taxing loss. It should be called loss tax, not income tax.
But what we are talking about isn't it about that?
Yeah, it's about that.
So why are they bringing the link? There's something I want a clarification from. Aren't we starting to do work for URA? Surveillance, monitoring. You get it, eh? Yeah. This should be in their day-to-day work. Huh? Because you're doing the administration, you're now doing the tax administration, you're doing the tax surveillance, you're doing the compliance. Are we going to do that for URA? No, I'm just asking.
Can I respond?
Hmm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are not asking that the House helps us do the work for URA. What we are asking is that the House gives us laws that enable URA, that facilitate URA to correct the revenues we want them to correct. This measure on,
Assuming they do proper monitoring, won't they know how much revenue is collected?
Information.
Madam Chairperson.
Information.
Madam Chairperson.
I am actually more informed.
I mean,
information.
I am more informed in this topic.
He's insisting on a microphone.
Okay. I thought you were telling me that you're informed in the auditing.
No, I am. Madam Chair, let's be realistic. We have companies which have taken advantage of this arrangement perpetually. And these companies, I may not mention the names, but one time there is information from Okufa. No, I've allowed.
Alex, give me information.
Yes.
Let me first get from Alex.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm talking from an experience as a businessman. And we have seen the powers of URA. URA actually reaches a point of even freezing your accounts. There is no way how we are going to kill businesses by even facilitating a wrong procedure of capping, because business, long-term investments, you cannot hurt them by beginning retarding investors, because you are just now putting a deterrent. You have your money, then you cannot invest it because URA will not accept your loss, because there is a law that is saying your loss will be taxed. And when you have this insensitive, because right honorable chair, I have seen how URA raids and even removes the capital from businesses, and these businesses collapse. Now we are just adding an injury, a salt to an injury. We have very insensitive staff of URA who cannot even calculate and make sense of business and how businesses run. And we come up with such a law, we are going to kill all these businesses. So, Madam Chair, it is not right for Parliament to really, as you have rightly observed, to deal with administrative matters of URA when the law, we have all the laws that empowers URA to do audits and assessments and whatever they need. Unless these companies are untouchables, let them now name them that URA cannot access them, but not at the expense of the entire Ugandan business community.
Honorable members, when you look at what happened in Tanzania, they put point of service in every place where when you transact, it immediately goes to the Tanzanian Revenue Authority server. So they will be able to get how you have transacted for them to determine how your business is doing. And I think what we need to do is to put strict surveillance and heavy penalties on defaulters and on people who don't give proper information. I mean, it is something that is doable. It's doable. We don't need to have a law for this. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Honorable Nandala Mafabi has submitted very well. He's a senior in the profession and I respect him. He has said that he has explained how tax losses arrive. It has nothing to do with whether URA does its work well or not. Tax losses arrive when a taxpayer uses the loopholes in the law to benefit the incentives. There are sections 25 to section 33. We have given
it is not loopholes in the law, it is the laxity in tax administration.
Okay. Okay. There are sections 25 to section 33. We have given too many incentives to businesses. And so when a company, in the way Honorable Nandala has said, when a company makes a profit, the company will pay dividends to its shareholders. On that profit, then tax will be computed. On that profit, the person will claim all the incentives and arrive at a tax loss and not pay any taxes. The companies that are benefiting now from these excesses are big companies, while the companies of Uganda, the small and medium scale enterprises, are paying taxes, carrying the tax burden of this country. We will not continue with that level of tax inequality. We will not continue like that. Madam Speaker, I know this issue as, Madam Chair, this issue has come to this parliament and been thrown out severally because of this gap of the information that I am providing. The tax loss doesn't arise because a company has made a loss. It arises the other way around. People benefit. Our small companies in Uganda now, small and medium scale enterprises are the ones paying. The big companies are not paying. We want them also to contribute to tax burden of this country.
Can I hear from Loy? No, let me hear from Loy.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, what I wanted to say is what she has clearly said. Our companies, the Uganda, the small companies are paying taxes. The big companies are not paying taxes. Like our senior in the profession, Nandala says, they are carried forwards. These guys make profits, then they put their losses to offset, and at the end of the day, they don't pay taxes. It is the big companies. The small companies are paying for the big companies. Our people in Chikobo everywhere do not benefit from these incentives. It's these people who get lots of incentives, and at the end of the day, they carry out losses till Jesus comes back. Thank you.
Loy, so how do you want this clause to be?
No. Thank you, Chair. I signed the committee position down with the committee. 50%. After 5 years, we should cut them 50%. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Jonathan.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I'm actually very happy that on this particular clause, Madam Chair, you are fairly schooled and knowledgeable in this area. When you talk of a loss or a profit, it is a matter of fact. It is a fact. Either you have made a loss or you have made a profit. It can be verified, it can be ascertained. If I invest, I'm going to give you an example, 500 million. In the first year, I make a loss of 50 million. My capital of 500 million has reduced now to 450. If I've made a profit of 50, my capital would have gone to 550 million. So the effect, the net effect of profit is that it increases. And that's why in accounting that the minister knows very well, you talk about retained earnings, which now you carry and to build to your reserves. If you don't have it, it means you have nothing to carry to that reserve. Your capital is actually leaking. So if it was water in a jerry can, the water would be reducing. So yes. So what I am saying is, if you go to the next year, you again make a loss of 50 million. Now you are carried forward losses now has gone to 100 million, which has now eaten on your investment of the 500. So when you are now, yes.
The chair has an explanation. Chair has a clarification to make.
My brother, the land friend, I agree and appreciate you trying to explain, but this explanation is more to do with the ordinary losses you'd calculate after doing business. But in this case, what they call tax losses is a result of applying what my brother Nandala was talking about, applying the incentives, which in our opinion, the incentives are high. And that's why he says address the incentives. So for now, that could be for another day, looking at the incentives being reduced. But for now, this is the position. And by saying 50% on the 6th year, we are trying to accommodate those projects that are big, the construction, the oil and gas and all that, so that you're able to review them at that level.
What you have explained is like a patient who has gone to the hospital and has been diagnosed with diarrhea. And the cause of diarrhea is eating oily food. Instead of stopping to eat the oily food, you then start saying, do something else. Deal with the incentives. That's what you are saying. If the loss is as a result of the incentive, we amend the law now and remove all the incentives. That's it.
Doctor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me space to also fit here. Right Honorable Speaker, I've listened to the people I respect in the area of accounts. I've listened to them debate and I've tried to capture their mind. In their mind, they want the rich people, the investors, to pay the equal share of tax. However, where I dissent from their view is that the policy they're employing is blanket in nature. It hits their target, but it also hits the vulnerable Ugandans. It also hits the vulnerable Ugandans. We've known Uganda as a country with so many entrepreneurs, but the same data also says that so many close businesses, meaning that losses are real in Uganda. Losses are actual in Uganda. What we are saying, we agree with your mind of the rich people, the investors paying their equal share of taxes, but we are saying let the policy be selective. Go to those laws which are giving them exemptions, the ones you've talked of, and repeal them. We shall have enabled them to pay tax while leaving the status quo in the other category of business people as it is. I beg to submit. Thank you for giving me space in the accounts area.
So, Doctor, should we reduce the percentage or what have you presented?
Right, Honorable Chair. Right, Honorable Chair. A loss is a loss. A profit is a profit. Even when I make only 100,000, it remains what? Profit. Nobody should hoodwink this house to think it is about size. No. Profit is profit, a loss is a loss. And there's no way you can start talking about taxing a loss. How are you going to frame it? Are you going to call it a loss tax? You are a member of the committee, just give me time. Honorable colleagues, give me the time. Honorable colleagues, it is improper for anyone to think about taxing a loss. It is the duty of URA to attend to the matters of deductions. We know in taxation, we have what we call the tax allowables and disallowed expenditures.
Honorable Silo, the president says the justification for this clause was to introduce a tax measure that would limit the practice of indefinite deferral of payment of corporate tax, which businesses have been using through the provision on unlimited carrying forward of tax losses. In addition, allowing taxpayers to carry forward losses indefinitely incentivizes them to overclaim losses, hence enabling them to remain in an artificial loss-making position. The measure is thus intended to limit the practice of indefinite deferral of payment of corporate tax. It should therefore be reinstated. I was.
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you for that guidance. So as I sit down,
I was putting you online.
Yes.
What?
Let me come to that.
What the letter is saying.
Yes. So I was listening to my other colleagues on the other side, talking about the loopholes that some people utilize. You know, first of all, in taxation, we have tax avoidance, there's also tax evasion. One of them is legal, one is illegal. Somebody can avoid the law because the weakness of laws is not theirs, it is ours here. That is an internal what? Matter. If we are dealing with the issues of incentives, those are our issues as government. We cannot export there. URA should go and do work. You should check whether the accounts that have paraded to you or before you are credible. It is not the duty of this house. How on earth can we
tax losses. It is unacceptable. It will be the first of its kind in the whole world. We will all go to hell if we accept, and that is not something that I can support as me. We must reject it, throw it away, and bury it tonight. No.
Can I give information? Chair, Madam Chair, the House needs to understand that by the time you arrive at a tax loss, there are two things that could have happened if you are non-compliant. One, you can understate your income. Honorable Nandala, you agree. You understate your income, or you overstate your expenses. The Parliament of Uganda will not legislate on the understatement of income, because that is the responsibility of the tax administration, okay? However, the issue here is that we are dealing with the question of, Madam Chair, the question of incentives that have given rise to a lot of deductions when chargeable income is being computed. So, Madam Chair, I think for purposes of moving forward, I would like us to look at a middle ground, to propose a middle ground. A middle ground that gives us to test this law. And maybe if we are worried about 5 years, we look at 7 years and give ourselves this year, both the committee and Ministry of Finance, to study the impact of this and see whether it is able to deal with the challenge. But the aspect of understatement of income is someone else's responsibility.
Madam Speaker, I'm giving Kateshi information. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, what you are raising, I have liked, you have said income and expenses. The person to determine union income and expense is the URA. The tax, faith keep quiet. By the way, I am respected world over such matters. No, now, Madam Chair, the capital allowances we're speaking about, if a company gives depreciation of 5%, and you are saying computers, you are giving it accelerator allowance of 40%, definitely that one immediately difference of 30% would mean to reduce on the profit. And if the profit is no smaller to account for it, it will lead to the taxable what? Loss. The issue we're addressing of losses, carry forward, which are talking about. That's why we deleted section 27A of initial allowances. The next level we should go, in fact, if you test it now, it is going to yield a lot of results. Because you are talking, it is the following 3 years, it will show results. The next way forward, are getting us, is now to go and go for those rates. Instead of 40, why not 10? I'm giving you personal experience, because equipment, this one like furniture and fitting, used to be 12%. Now it is 30% at the law. Why don't we go back under the old rates when we're making the income tax decree, and which became the income tax of 1996? We go back to that. Doing only that, it will address this. In fact, what we're doing when you do accelerated capital allowance, you are offloading the big expenses in front. And when you do it, it takes time on writing off. But if you do small, it will go over a smaller period, and you will see that it takes a long time. By the way, what we're saying, it's very simple. Even you can ask an investor to do what we call select. Do you want to take these investment allowances now, or you spread it over a period of what? Time. You can do that and ask them that, make a selection. People can do it. And this is, we're doing it in good faith, Madam Chair.
Board member of CPA.
Thank you so much.
Board member of CPA. Council, Council member of CPA.
And Madam Chair, if you're not aware, a professional accountant since 1992.
You're that old?
I finished when I was young. And Madam Chair, I have even taught taxation here and in India.
Chairman, first get back. Chairman, you come back. What the Honorable Minister is saying, why don't we try this law? You know, this time around I'm with you. He's saying, let's go and get a middle ground. The middle ground is suggesting is we give it to 7 years for us to allow somebody, say, have a break-even point to be seen. We can't run away from everything and say, okay, we are not going to try. He's requesting. You do it. Do it yourself.
Madam Chair, I want to make a quick suggestion. On Schedule 6. That's why we wanted to deal with it. Schedule 6. Schedule 6 is talking about rates. Yeah, you get your books. Give him a book. Okay, you give.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The information I want to give Honorable Nadala Mafabi is what, as a committee, we interrogated the witnesses that came there. And what they appealed is, let them also go and carry out the impact assessment on those rates that we shall suggest to them. So what they said is, let's cap these losses, and then they go and carry out a regulatory impact assessment of those rates on this, because it is just difficult to implement something without a clear study. And this is what we have been we have been imploring these MDAs to make sure that they carry out studies before they come to us. So why don't I want to appeal to Honorable Nadala Mafabi that let's give URA an opportunity to go and carry out a study on the rates that we shall suggest to them, and we go by this arrangement of capping the losses. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I want to give an example. And I'm going, just 1 minute, Madam. Schedule 6, computers and data handling is 40%. Plant and machinery in farming, manufacturing, and mining, 30%. These are machineries which take more than 30 years, but they are allowing them in only 3 years. Where automobiles and whatever, 20%. So, Madam Chair, what I wanted to propose is that because we may not be able, even if you gave the law now, it will work after 5 years. Are we together? Because if you pass it there, you're talking 5 years, starts from now up to the other side. Why don't we, as we did under section 27A, we deleted, why don't we allow the minister to go and sit with URA to review, one, these tax rates, these capital allowance rates, two, to reduce on incentives, and the moment you do that, it will go a longer way to deal with that. A very good company which has invested, it starts to see dividends after 10. I gave you an example of a rented house after 20 years. And if you say even if 7, you're not solving the problem. In Kenya, they had tried it. You can tell you this financial, they had to remove it immediately.
Information, Honorable Nandala.
Okay.
National Enterprise Corporation, which always reports to COSASE, for the last 10 years has never made any profit. So what would we do with such? Yeah.
Madam Chair, my further information to Honorable Nandala. We in the 9th Parliament investigated NSSF and Umeme, but Umeme was showing losses throughout. Umeme alone. So that's the information I want to give you.
Minister, just one. No, I'm going to give
information
you.
I want to
make this. I first I'm not to give you because you talked for an hour. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, the one we are giving, which is a way out, which I want the minister to listen. One, assuming I have a company manufacturing here, which has capital allowances, then I have another department dealing with trading. We should segregate trading from manufacturing. So
Honorable Nathan, Honorable Nathan, I don't want Honorable Musasisi to behave like what he did one time on the pension bill. After agreeing here, he went back and said, I was overpowered. I was overpowered. So I want to hear from Honorable Musasi. I want to hear from him. You.
Thank you so much.
I know some of us are conflicted. We are all business people around here. Well, for me, I'm conflicted. That's why I'm not talking.
Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I want to appreciate colleagues who have contributed to this issue. They both have valid and genuine points. However, Madam Chair, before I make my proposal, I wish to inform this House that we use taxation for a number of objectives. One of them is to promote investment. What I mean, in the areas of depreciation rates and others, some of these are incentives we give to our investors, which we cannot easily adjust because of the goals they help us to achieve. Madam Chair, I want to propose, in agreement with what Honorable Katesh proposed, that since from the debate, we have realized that 5 years may be too short for a business to recoup its investment and make profit, we want to propose that we adjust from 5 to 7 years, and then for 1 year, and afterwards, we review its performance and report back to the House.
When would the 7 years begin? When would the 7 years begin?
Can I consult?
Eh?
Can I consult quickly?
Pardon?
Can I consult?
Let him consult. From now. Go backwards. Especially you in the position, they go backwards.
Madam Speaker, if our Madam Chair, if our proposal is agreed by the House, it will become effective on 1st July this financial year. Meaning, can I please, it is important that we listen to each other. The implication of this is that we shall begin calculating losses from July this year. The first year applicable is July. So, and you count 7 years going forward.
You're counting 7 years from July.
From 1st July 2023.
Not backwards.
Yes.
The clarification I want to ask Honorable Musasi. One, the initial allowances you gave have just been deleted. You want me? Now there are people who had already benefited from those initial allowances. How are you going to handle? No, the initial, it's under section 27A, you had initial allowances of say 50%. Yes. So somebody has already, if he had invested 30 billion, he has 15 billion who is already as a carry forward from now, and the remaining 15 is writing over a period at 30%. So how are you going to deal with those in accelerated capital allowances you had already been given before fasting? That's why I wanted you to give it time. We'll go and study and we'll advise.
Honorable, I saw a projection of 244 billion. So from this tax. So where are you going to get that tax? No, let me just, where are you going to get that tax? Is that what you're projecting to get in the next financial year, or what you're projecting to get in the next 7 years?
Madam Chair, our projection for 245 billion was based on the projection for the 5 years. Now,
from when?
From this financial year.
We're going to avoid a scenario where after we pass this law today, you start working backwards. You go and clamp taxes on me. That's what we want to avoid. No, you can't say it cannot be applied retrospectively. No, that's not correct. You can do anything. Give us the period. Give us the period.
Let me accept information from
you. Give us the period.
See, Madam's Chair and the members, you see the businesses currently are operating under the current law. If you say that you bring in this law and you immediately start clamping down, you will run into legal problems. Because as it is now, it is not a fault that someone is operating under the current law. If you have failed to catch him, the only thing you can do is to treat it going forward. And the chair also.
Katesh.
Yes.
Frame how it should read. Let them first frame how it should read.
Madam Chair, before I talk about that, so the so-called realization of the tax as indicated cannot be realized this year.
I am saying frame how it should read and how it should appear in the Hansard.
I think No.
You first leave Katesh. I want it from.
Madam Chair, what we need to see how we can draft it to capture the application going forward. But what as it is now, you can only apply it with effect from 1st July going forward. But
yes.
Madam Chair, when it comes to interpretation of the law, the wordings are very important. And I want to read so that we go together. 5A, notwithstanding the provisions of this section, a taxpayer who after a period of 5 years of income, even if I stop there, okay, now 7.
7 years.
Yes, a taxpayer who after a period of 7 years of income, the moment you stop there, 7 years of income can be ascertained. How long have you been getting income? 8, 9, 10. The records are there. So I would propose an amendment if the intention of the minister and what Katesh is saying, it should read, notwithstanding the provisions of this section, a taxpayer who after a period of 7 years from 1st July 2023, then you continue.
Madam Chair, if we take if we take his proposal, then we are as good as rejecting, deleting the clause, and we look at the incentives Honorable Nanda was talking about. Because saying that we make a law and wait for 7 years to apply it, it does not make sense at all. So for me, it's either we pass it for 7 years, but we look at the number of years this person has been earning income and we'll start calculating based on that. If we don't do that, listen, it's a proposal. We've been talking all along. You've been talking all along. Honorable members, we need to understand this clause has two issues. It has the cost of administration to follow up these taxes. It also has the cost of the issue of exemptions. We are saying, yes, government has been exempting you for the last 5 years. We are now in a situation where we think we should tax 50% of your carry forwards, and we'll allow 50% to cover your losses. That's one aspect we should look at. We are actually taking away an exemption. Number two, we are also saying, after taking away the exemption, yes, we could have done what Nanda was talking about, the defeat, being defeated in an administration. The cost of administering this tax or following up who is actually cooking books and who is not cooking books will cost us a lot of money. And this would be the best option if we pass the law. So for me, Madam Chair, you are too busy with the honorable colleagues. As we have always done, Madam Chair, in conclusion, okay. Madam
Honorable members, can we conclude this? Give us the position. Give us the position. Stand
Madam
over
Chair.
that.
I have again consulted, and I want to propose as follows.
I want you to refrain. Your
Madam Chair, I want to put the effective date as 1st July 2023 for 5 years.
No.
Because we are going now forward. We are counting 5 years beginning 1st July 2023. If we do 7, it will be too long.
Madam Chair, we all want Uganda. No, I'm not. You see, you are my younger brother, but you are misbehaving. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I want us to agree. I have heard somebody saying some of us are investors. There's nothing bad for being investors. Katesh here has a hotel. I want you to tell me, if we invested today, would you start making gains of your capital after 5 years? It is quite impossible.
Yeah, no.
And that's why you were stating, Madam Chair, that let us stand over this matter, go and we all sit down. Please give us time. Listen to me. Let us stand over this matter. We sit down, even we can ask the president that this one we are going to reconsider between now and the next bill. The reason will be this. We shall sit down and look at what an investor, because the study will be done. The one who is in manufacturing, how long does it take to start earning his what? Investment. And the manufacturing does not mean a big one. Even the one of a maize mill, that small one, can invest his 20 million in a maize mill. And if he starts running it, he might start getting money after some time. Don't look at big ones, even the one of a maize what? Mill. Madam Chair, if we do that, all of us will come back here when we have agreed in a very better way. Because now you're talking of 5 years, 7 years, whatever, and what it is. Honorable Nachoma, you give me the information, right?
Thank you, Honorable Nandara.
Honorable members, the insertion of the period is going to be 7 years. Okay. Effective date is 1st July 2023. I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill with its amendment. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. And I want to remind finance, we are not going to apply this retrospectively. It must be on record that it will not be.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Part of it. That's the new session is not. Chair, there are two new clauses. You read both.
New clause.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, insertion of section 86A in the Principal Act. Taxation of non-residents providing digital services. That a tax is imposed on every non-resident person deriving income from providing digital services in Uganda to a customer in Uganda at a rate prescribed in Part 4 of the third schedule to this Act. And for purposes of subsection 1, income is derived from providing a digital service in Uganda to a customer in Uganda. If the digital service is derived over the internet, electronic network, or an online platform. And 3, for the purpose of this section, digital service includes A, online advertising services, B, data services, C, services derived through an online marketplace or intermediation platform, including an accommodation online marketplace, a vehicle hire online marketplace, and any other transport online marketplace. And D, digital content services, including accessing and downloading of digital content, online gaming services, cloud computing services, data warehousing. H, services other than those services in this subsection derived through a social media platform or any internet search engine. And I, any other digital services as the minister may prescribe by statutory instrument made under this Act. And 4, a non-resident person under this section shall lodge a tax return with the Commissioner General within 15 days after the end of the tax period. And justification is the insertion of section 86A is to impose a tax on income derived from non-residents who provide digital services. And 3, to require non-residents to file returns with the Commissioner General for income derived from Uganda.
Madam Chair. What?
Honorable members, you've heard the justification is 1, to tax the non-residents. 2 is to impose a tax on income derived from non-residents. Yes. Yes.
Chair, you know very well that non-residents are actually non-residents. Hey, these are people who are not residing in Uganda. If at all they come here, I think the law has been so clear, less than 183 days. They touch Uganda, touch base, and go away. Tell me how you are going to hold these people to be accountable to you. How are you going to grab this money? For instance, you are working on a Uber. You want to tax their what? Benefits. How are you going to do it? You are going to distort the whole arrangement of taxation internationally and locally here. I don't know whether you did a good research. Did you benchmark in any country? Tell me 3 examples of countries that have done this, please.
More clarification. Mr. Chair, how are you planning, given that Uganda is still grappling in internet usage, and the way you've listed the different services, including accessing data? I recall many of the Ugandans are using, much as you've said, they are using these external services like Google, services like Facebook, services like Twitter. When you look into detail, at the end of it all, the tax is getting back to Ugandans. Recall very well that the parameters for the digital life pillars still are ranking Uganda as still one which is so low. Now, how are you differentiating digital services vis-a-vis digital market services so that you can go further to look out for that tax? I wish we can really look at how Uganda is grappling to see that it increases its technology use.
Madam Chair, I want to respond to my MP, Honorable Naruyima, because I live in her district, that we are not looking at the services. We are looking at the income derived from the provider, derived by the provider of these services.
That one works.
The chairman of the committee said in his report that Uber service, the money goes to California, and this beneficiary leaves no tax in Uganda. He derives income by providing Uber services, and you pay online, the money will go to California, 100%. Now we are saying, can we have a mechanism of leaving 5% of this income here in Uganda? Honestly speaking, it's wrong.
Honorable members, I put a question that the proposed new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to report that the committee of the whole House has reconsidered the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President and passed it with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the committee of the whole House.
Madam
Yes, sir.
Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the committee of the whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the House adopts the report of the committee of the whole House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading. The Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023, as returned by the president, be read for the third time and do pass.
Honorable members, I put a question that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2023 as returned by His Excellency the President be read the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Income Tax Amendment Act 2023.
Bill passed and title settled. Amos, you can bring your motion. Honorable members, the House is adjourned to 2 tomorrow. Thank you.